Well, we're here. Good morning. It is my birthday. It's my birthday. I am now 34 years old. Oh, no, I'm 24. Okay, so welcome everybody. We got some nice piano music playing. It's a little quiet, but I still turn it down because I know that, like, it'll get louder. Yeah, so, just another lazy-ass, boring stream. Okay, so don't get your hopes up. I'm just playing some League really badly. It's pretty much what we're gonna be doing. It's just, yeah. Yeah, a bit of a scary night. My dad had to go to the hospital for a hip problem, but it's actually fine. Don't want to talk too much about it because it's his own personal business, but yeah, yeah, pretty much just here. So yeah, it's still, you know, I had to drive him, and then I came back, and then called me. I'm really glad it's like not so serious he needed surgery, but it's still bad. He just has to stay off of it. And they gave him a shot and some pain meds for himself to get through it, and 5 days off work. Yeah, lately I've been a lot more stuck inside of myself. It's really been, I know that I get like, sometimes I get really worked up because I have to live with my dad, but honestly, I love my dad very much, and I want him to get better. But I am also not... My whole life should not be dictated on him, and he understands that. I'm not his caregiver. Yeah. Yeah, I feel really blah. Not like showing my boobs. Oh well, it's okay. We're not doing that kind of stream. We're just playing some League. Super low energy, super boring, no personality, failure, no career, Andy. It's okay. You guys, we're in this for a long time. I have a 5-year plan. We're only 2 years in. And I don't even know if we can consider the first 2 years part of the plan. I didn't have a 5-year plan when I started. Now I have a 5-year plan. Things need to happen. I'm gonna do them the best I can. I was gonna be on someone's show yesterday, one of my viewers. Gonna have to ban. Well, first of all, it's bad business practice to request to collab with someone without telling them the details, especially after they're requested, and also after someone cancels and then still calling them anyway after I told you not to. And this person in question, I didn't even know what, you know, I knew the person was a comedian. I'm like, okay, so it's a comedy show. I'm like, okay, whatever. This morning I checked, this guy he's a piece of work. Honestly, I enjoy, I gotta respect his hustle. He's got like a green screen setup. It's pretty cool. That doesn't make up for the fact that his whole platform is being built on making fun of people who are commonly discriminated against, like people who are overweight, trans people like myself, consistently misgendering me, calling me sir. Watching a video from 2 fucking years ago, acting like that's the definition of me. There's just like a lot of people. But you know what makes me feel better? Because people like that, I think he had like 1 person in his chat. People like that are like, they never grow beyond their own little tiny circle jerk. Like they just have like this own stupid bullshit where they're like, oh, those transes. It's like, okay, like that's gonna be your audience for the rest of eternity. Like, you're gonna get banned. You're gonna get deplatformed. And nobody's gonna take you seriously. If you notice, like, all the people who are successful as content creators, except for like a very few who like managed to wriggle their way in, and I'm talking about Ben Shapiro and people like that, very few people have like a sustainable career by shitting on other people, like of minorities or marginalized groups. Like, the only people who do are like somehow, like, they already had a giant platform before, and then they just like came out as bigots, and then they have a whole bunch of fan base because they had like 1 million followers. Now they only have like 100,000 followers. Like 900,000 people left as soon as they started being bigoted. You know, like, you should take the hint, buddy. It's not a sustainable platform to like base your whole entire career on shitting on people who are marginalized. Not a good idea, dude. You should quit while you're ahead, and quit while you're behind, and like use that technical knowledge that you have with the green screen, which is really cool, and instead, you know, try to be a decent human being. Actually, no, a half decent human being would be good enough. You know, talking to people who like, I mean, at least you at least, you know, to be fair, at least you separated yourself from Frank Hassel, but yeah, no. Makes me feel so much better about myself. Because you know what? Like, people in the, you know, the communities, they care about me. And they believe in me. And, they're the ones who matter. Not like some random troll who thinks they have a career in, like, shitting on trans people and overweight people. Anyway. Either way, it's just his idea of comedy. It's stupid. They probably think it's funny. They can circle jerk all they want, you know? Makes me feel so much better, because that's the people who take that shit seriously. The people who take the box life seriously are people like that, and it just makes me feel so much better about myself. I mean, obviously it is scary. It's a scary video. I'm not gonna say that it's like not as bad as it looks. It's really as bad as it looks. That being said, you know, people can just fuck off, you know? It was a really rough time. It was only a few months into my transition. I have family members who have given me a lifetime of, you know, quasi-support. I don't want to say non-support. It's like quasi-support. And, yeah, it's just really hard in general, having people who have a lot of misconceptions or preconceived notions about people. And if you're one of the people they have preconceived notions about, it's really been difficult. But I really love my dad, and my dad loves me so much, and he's proud to have a daughter, a second daughter. And, you know, I mean, everybody else has moved on. Everybody else sees the person you see today. And if they do see the stuff in the past, I think they kind of, you know, maybe people get scared, but, like, you know, I've moved on, you know? Like, things are just the way they are. Sadly, that video is going to be around until it just disappears, because these people are going to become irrelevant. I did not give permission for that video to be up, so it should not even be allowed up anywhere. I mean, when they first made it, the people, they didn't tell me what it was. They said, oh, it's a documentary. And I'm like, okay, like, whatever. I didn't make a fight about it. I didn't even make a fight about it after it aired. I mean, after it was uploaded. Like, I didn't even make a fight about it. I'm like, let's just watch this. Let's see how this goes. And it's just a bunch of the same people circle jerking. Like, they're just like, oh, look at those crazy transes. That's an example of why people shouldn't be trans. Like, what? Okay, my issues are my own. And, yeah, get fucked, hipstar. Your career's going nowhere, buddy. Yeah, I mean, as much as people criticize me of not having a career, which, you know, including myself, as much as people do that, at least I don't, like, try to build my entire career around shitting on other people. Just saying. It's a much more sustainable career path. People are gonna like you more. People are gonna want to work with you more. You know, I'm thinking about the future, not about, like, your current, like, 12 viewer audience of people who are like, yeah, look at those weird transes. Like, okay, you guys want to circle jerk, be my guest. Anyway. Good morning. Happy birthday to you if it's your birthday, but it's my birthday. It's my birthday. It's my birthday. It's my birthday. Not a really exciting birthday, but who knows? Let's start out with some LSF, okay? Gotta get caught up. Gotta get caught up.
Besides Alveus, what is a major goal in your life where you can go, okay, I can die happy now?
I'd like to...
I think everyone knows mine. A goal is to turn my P into a V. Okay, I do not really feel safe until that happens, but obviously I want to live my life after that. But if I can get that V and know what it feels like, you know, after the recovery period, know what it feels like to actually truly be happy, then I think that, you know, anything else is like kind of a, you know, not a moot point, but everything else is kind of gravy after that, you know, whatever I can do with myself and my career and all that, whatever I can build. Obviously I don't base myself on one stream or one video. I just try to do things over time. And yeah, right now I'm just like in my pajamas, super like no makeup, ugly as fuck. Okay, I don't care. Because when I'm ready to do the more edited stuff, you know, the stuff that where it's like it needs to get more, where I need to be more presentable, I clean up really well. So I don't have to stream, you know, I'm streaming to like, what, 0 viewers? I don't need to be like, you know, obviously these bigger streamers, they have like, you know, a reason to be like more on. And by on, I mean like performance mode, because there's a difference mode when you're a performer, when you're, you know, even if it's like on a stream, which can be a little bit more casual than most things, it's still a performance, and you have to be on, and you don't have to be on all the time, especially if you have 0 viewers. So it's something I've learned. I used to be practicing, but it's like, it's not worth it. I mean, it is if that makes any sense. Like, obviously, if you feel up for it, but like right now, I just, you know, I don't feel like just sitting around not streaming. Also, day number 1 of no pot, which is an important goal for me. I just want to get back to being fully sober. We gotta focus this year, and I know it's really hard to get through stuff, but it's even harder if I go through it with extreme tolerance. And then trying to just feel normal. Like, it's one thing with coffee, but like with pot, it's like, why am I smoking pot to like feel normal? And so it's like, yeah, day 1 for me. Takes like 3 days. Although then again, it may be like day 2.5 or something, because the past couple days I barely had any. I just used like the bottom, like I scraped the resin and all that, so it wasn't very potent. So actually I feel good. I don't feel sick or anything like I did the last time I quit. So that's good. Good luck, Gramdolph. Good luck, homie. Yeah, thank you so much, Gramdolph. That's a funny name. I love it. I love that name.
Rent out a whole football stadium, sell tickets, have everybody show up, invite S-Fan to center field, and then tase him.
What the fuck?
Right there.
I dare you.
Dare me again.
What's up, guys?
I love that she's been using the taser lately. Like she did the Disney thing, like the Disney Channel thing. That was a funny clip.
I dare you.
Dare me again.
What's up, guys? Streamer TV, and first up in the news, we have XQC. Now, this week on Twitch, a Pokemon was forced to end her stream on January the 12th after an influx of viewers entered the chat and bombarded her with harassment. They were allegedly.
Yeah, I like how she did that. Not because she had to, I don't think, but like because like, I mean, that's what they wanted, right? They want to harass women so that women leave. And then she's just like, fine. I love it. You're a fucking queen, Pokemon. I mean, that's what they want, right? Instead of like doing it like half, like, you know, ashamed, she did it proudly. I you know, obviously maybe I'm reading into it, but I think it's pretty badass. It's like, I mean, because it makes more, I mean, to me that feels more powerful. Like if you give them what they want, but with but like knowing like they're wrong, when you just give them a quote unquote win. Because they're like, Pokemon, leave the service, and it's like, okay. And then they're like, oh shit, like, I don't know what they're like. They're never going to be changed. People who are like, you know, bigoted or hateful people, it's kind of like, it's just like there's nothing you can say or do, even though it feels like you should be. And like a lot of people who, especially people who aren't used to like dealing with internet trolls and hate, like in real life, it's like it's so much different now compared to like what other people do. Because I noticed like people go through the same things I went through, but I went through it in like warp speed. Because of, you know, hate received on the internet. Even as a small zero viewer Andy, I got like 30,000 people watching a video that was designed to propagate hate against me. And they still trickle in and they still think they're relevant. They're not. That was 2 years ago, buddy. It's 2 years ago. Everybody's moved on. Especially me and my dad. We've definitely moved on. My dad loves me very much, and I love him, and I want to do my best to avoid meltdowns like that. But to be honest, I need to forgive myself for that. I had just been diagnosed like a few months before, you know, in order to get the help I need. See, remember, diagnosis is not to like label you or like is not to like label you or like make you. Like, it's not to like say that like, oh, you're broken or whatever. No, that they diagnose you so that they can treat you so that you can be better. And better is not a definition where people think better means that you act better. That like, oh, well, you know, you're not crying anymore. You're not shouting anymore. No, that the reason I'm not shouting is because I fixed a lot of the root issues. And I still continue to work on it. It's not perfect, but it's something I have to deal with in my life because of autism issues and because of my environment. So you got banned? What the fuck?
Following orders from Gideon, who was banned shortly after, many prominent streamers, including Disguised Toast and Miskiff and Myth, defended her after the incident, and XQC shares his thoughts during his stream yesterday. Here is XQC's response.
This is what I actually believe in. It's not about harassing the queen or harassing Pokemon or harassing women, okay? It's about harassing anybody, okay? I'm not...
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, it's cringe. Like it's just hella cringe. Like you're just gonna be like building your, just like that person who tried to do that with me. Like, you're gonna build your whole career, like, you're gonna build all your content around shitting on other people and harassing people. Like, come on, it's not sustainable. You're just an asshole if you do that. But it's just like, get better content. Like, I mean, I understand I don't have that great content, but like, I don't blame other people for that. And yeah, sometimes I need to give myself more credit. I have a lot of personality. But sometimes it feels like my only personality is the fact that I'm trans or autistic or whatever. But that's not true. Because some people build their entire content around other people instead of building themselves up and trying to make good content or trying to do, something positive for themselves and others. Doesn't mean you have to be boring or like, holding everyone's hands. XQC, he's a fucking genius. Yeah, he's a little crude, but he's a comedian. He's a streamer. He also, at least from what I've seen in content, obviously I've never met these people in person, but from hearing other streamers talk about him, he's a very different person, like in real life. A very calm and just relaxed person. I'm pretty sure he's very gentle, actually. In fact, I want to give him a hug. Obviously, if I tried, I would probably get a restraining order. And I understand, even me with my 0 viewer Andy, if one of my viewers showed up and tried to touch me, I'd be like, what are you doing? I'm calling the police. So yeah, obviously it's not personal. Maybe it'd be different if he reached out to me. Call me XQC, call me. I'm Rebecca. I'm the real Rebecca, okay? So I'm not the pretend meme one. I'm the real Rebecca. We don't have to date. I'm open, but we don't have to date, but it'd be nice to talk. And you know what? I don't have expectations. If you have a phone call with somebody, that's all it is. It doesn't mean anything, except for what it is. But it is something, obviously I don't expect XQC to want to talk to me. That'd be cool though. Be pretty cool, to actually, it doesn't have to be on stream, but, you probably would be on stream because, I don't know, these people live such public lives that I think it's inappropriate to, try to do things off stream unless you've already had a prior working relationship, as a fellow content creator. As a contemporary. I think contemporary is better because we're both in the same time. We don't know how time will change. In the future, maybe I'm going to be fucking crazy ass famous. After 100 years from now or something. You never know. Some people are not really recognized during their lives. Hopefully I can actually get recognized during my life, but who knows, XQC could become irrelevant in 100 years, or maybe not. Maybe he'll be known as the best streamer of all time. Who knows? Right now he is, but contemporary stuff, it is what it is and it fluctuates, and none of us are above getting canceled or being deplatformed. And so if you make your whole platform based on shitting on other people, I'm gonna laugh when you get banned and deplatformed and become irrelevant. So if you continue to just harass people, it's one thing if it's performative and if both people are usually in on it, two streamers making fun of each other, that's a little different. But bringing your whole stream to hate raid somebody, which is against the TOS, what are you trying to do? And if anything, it only helps the streamer you're trying to hurt, because you're gonna look bad and they're gonna look like there's going to be a whole bunch of people talking about the person you rated. So not that it's good that you do it, but it's just funny how they think that it's going to affect people negatively. Obviously, I don't even understand I don't even have any imagination, or I don't have any idea of what it's like for Pokimane. But she's pretty fucking tough. Now, that being said, just because someone's tough doesn't mean you can just be shit all over them, People still have feelings, and it doesn't mean you have to, walk around eggshells around everyone. But I think people get the wrong idea that when people say, hey, this is harassment, they're not talking about, oh, my feelings are hurt. They're like, no, this is, yet another bullshit that I have to endure. It would be a lot better if people didn't have to endure that. And it's just cringe. It's just cringe.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm toxic to everybody. Okay. Yeah.
I don't think you're toxic, XQC. You say that, but you're being a jokester. You're being a comedian. There's a difference between targeted harassment and just being a comedian. Which obviously, I wouldn't make the kind of humor that you do. That's because I'm not you. And also you've changed, believe it or not. And I used to think you were toxic, XQC, but honestly, like after seeing your, people's behavior and just the way you interact with other professionals and obviously in a public context, I'll never, maybe not never, but I most likely will never know what you're like in person or any of these streamers. Some people who might be super toxic on stream might be very nice people, very good people off stream. It's just a performance. But there's a difference between performative hate and like harass and like performative. I don't think it's like discrimination when you're like just making jokes about like, because obviously there are jokes to be made. And I feel like we should be able to make jokes. Now, if there's like jokes that many, many people say like, yeah, that's not funny, like that's affecting a lot of people, then maybe you shouldn't die on that hill and maybe you should, make better content instead of using the same jokes and dying on a hill of saying, I should be allowed to say that. I should be allowed to say that. It's like, okay, yeah, calling trans people, clowns on the internet or whatever. I mean, that's not what Hassan meant when he said that. He was talking about people in his chat in general, like just leftists in general on Twitter and stuff. But also a lot of trans people happen to fall into that category because most people who are trans don't really feel safe going on the internet. And those who do usually hide behind a huge mask of political bullshit, in my opinion. I'd probably get canceled by the trans community. I think there are jokes to be made. And I feel like if anybody can make them, obviously trans people can. So I'm a trans woman. I can make jokes. There's certain lines I won't cross, but like I don't really think there's too many jokes to be made right now for trans people because our rights are constantly violated and attacked. People rude as fuck to us, misgendering us on purpose. And, this is just not funny. There's better jokes to be had. Like, I feel like we can start building. We can start building the repertoire of jokes. There's inside jokes, they're kind of memes. They're not super memes. Being addicted to pickles. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's like, it just feels like being, I feel like there's jokes to be made, but at the same time, being trans, I feel like it's different than like being gay or black. I mean, it's definitely different than being black. But like, I feel like it's such like we're a small percent. There's a large amount of us, but there's such a small percentage of us, relatively, that it's just like we should just be able to just blend into society. We shouldn't have to define ourselves by the fact we're trans. And obviously some people are more proud than others. I'm very proud, don't get me wrong, but I also don't think my entire life should be focused on the fact that I'm transgender and going through medical treatment. Like that's like, to me, obviously it's not like, if somebody wants to do that, that's fine. But like, I think the biggest thing is that we're just people, and I should be allowed to make jokes about being trans. And I feel like other people should too, but I think there's a difference between tasteful jokes that like have like, it points out like there's a difference between being a comedian who points out the problems by saying them and somebody who dogpiles on the problems. And so like with trans people, there's like, it's really hard because it's like we're still in the phase of like people killing themselves because of harassment. And there's a difference between harassment and comedy, and I wish people would figure it out, because people aren't telling you that you should be canceled because you're trying to make a joke and they're infringing on it. They're saying it because what you're saying is just very unoriginal and not funny, and it's just harassing people. Like, misgendering trans people is not funny, okay? Like, there's more jokes to be made. But even then, like, making fun of someone because of their appearance is not funny. Like, making fun of XQC because he's skinnier. I kind of look like him, honestly. Like, people call me a goblin. I'm Goblina, okay? But, it's like, come on, there's better jokes. Just making, your face. Let's laugh at your face. Like, you're it's obviously, there is like, the natural selection of content creation, that if you just make unoriginal jokes and just like shitty content, it'll be filtered out. However, there needs to be more of an effort, especially with like marginalized people, especially like with, people in the Black community or in the LGBTQ community. Like there's a very different, and then just, for the longest, all of history, women. So I think if people kind of and we need to meet people in the middle though. We can't just cancel everybody who makes a joke. Maybe we should look at the context and say like, okay, I know what this person was going for. Maybe I should try to have a conversation and try to shed light to like, hey, like I know you think this might be funny, but what you just said affects like millions of people, and like the main reason why trans people commit suicide is because of stuff like that. And it's not that like, oh, you should just grow tougher skin. That's going to happen in spite of whether or not people are hateful to us, because it's just a natural part of it. Being trans, and I don't want to like be all high and mighty, but honestly, being trans forces you to be motherfucking invincible. And so, hateful comments, they'd still get to you, But I'm a zero viewer Andy, and I obviously don't know what it's like to have the volume of these streamers. But I'm still, like, I have a feeling that if you're trans on the internet, even if you're not famous, like, it's basically the same experience. Because they target trans people, and there's so few of us. They go on kiwi farms, and they, like, say, oh, look at this trans clown. Let's go hate raid them. Like, it's almost like being a famous streamer. I would imagine. Well, obviously it's going to get worse the more famous I am, but then those people are going to get quieter and quieter, because I've learned how to tune them out. I've learned how to do things that I feel like at least is approaching like what these streamers go through. Like I'm sure there's phases. Like you at first you like want to defend everything. You want to defend yourself, and I did that all my life, way before streaming. Like if somebody said something, I felt like I had to educate them, or I had to like, tell them off or whatever. That gets so exhausting when you get like 100 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people doing that. 30,000 people. There's 30,000 people who were like propagating all that shit about me. And yeah, some people ended up just like being curious and concerned. I understand it was painted in a way that made me look like a monster. And that VOD was mostly unedited. That's why I deleted it. It was a very bad event. And it also said part of my address, which is bad. Either way, it's not like it's not like it's impossible. I mean, I'm not inviting people to come harass me at my home. Obviously, you will be arrested. But at the same time, like it's, if somebody wants to find out where you live, they'll find out. So I pulled off that Band-Aid. I ripped off that Band-Aid a long time ago. Because if I'm going to get any kind of success or fame, that's already out the window. Like, so may as well pull the Band-Aid off now. That being said, I'm not going to like just dox myself, my address. But honestly, it's not impossible for somebody who wants to find your address on the internet, especially if you're a very public person. It's not impossible, but the law is on my side, not theirs.
But if you're gonna be an idiot and a moron to a woman or to a man, don't make it about the fact that they're a woman or a man. Is it that hard? I don't think it's that hard.
Yeah, like, I mean, I could make fun of Pokimane because she always does this thing. Like, I mean, everybody has their quirks, okay? It's fun, and if it's in good fun and good faith. And obviously, you need to kind of like, make a judgment call over whether or not you should, like, if a joke is in good taste or not,
I hate everybody, but I don't make it about that though. If I end up hating or being talked or saying a remark and it's a woman, it's not because it's a woman.
Yeah, and XQC, I'm sorry, but you're really not as toxic as you say you are. Like, you're actually like a teddy bear. I want to give you a hug. Even though I know you probably, have very strong opinions against, trans people, I bet you it's because of the way trans people act on Twitter and stuff. and not because people are trans. I feel like you're making fun of people because of their actions and not because of them who they are. But I think, you know, there's an optics thing, and obviously you shouldn't give a fuck about optics. Like, I mean, honestly, like, who cares? Like, everyone's gonna fucking cancel everybody. You know, you just have to live your best life, and you know what your values are, and you have a line that you don't cross. I believe, you know, obviously everyone has a line they don't cross. I really don't think you're that toxic, XCC. I used to think that, but then the more I saw your content, I'm like, oh, it's very performative, and it's not based on individuals as a person. It's, you know, he has his brand, and that's his thing, and there's a difference between being crude and kind of like maybe not so tasteful, and being like bigoted or harassing people. That, to me, that's toxic. When you say toxic, I think people have different definitions of things. That's why you got to be careful. You don't have to, but that's why you should be careful, I think. Like when we throw around words like toxic, like what do you mean by toxic? Like, when I say toxic, I'm talking about like bigoted people who are targeting people specifically for their identity or for their color of their skin or age or ability or whatever. But what I think, you know, X and I think a lot of people are figuring it out. What, you know, and also, you know, this is why you kind of have to, like Jubilee, you have to meet in the middle. A lot of the people on the online left, just, you know, like, you know, the LGBTQ community, particularly the trans community, needs to calm the fuck down, okay? Calm your tits, calm your balls, okay? Like, just calm the fuck down. Like, you're canceling the wrong people. You're getting angry about a clip. You're getting angry, and you're like, you know, you're basically no better than the people on the right who are just saying, oh, my freedom of speech, my freedom of speech. You're like, no, you should be canceled. No, you should be canceled. Like, no, there's a middle ground. And it's called being a decent human being. So obviously the people who are on the right, who are on the, like, you know, the more conservative side, who like criticize people on the internet of like being like whiny babies, maybe you should like listen to a few people's life stories and experiences being discriminated against, and like what they've had to go through, like with family or with like healthcare, or like with the legal system or any kind of shit. And if you actually took the time to like listen to people and their story, maybe you'd have a little bit more empathy instead of watching it the whole time as a hate watcher, saying like, oh yeah, listen to this stupid whiny left baby crying about their life. Like, come on, like, yeah, you could say that, you know, you could keep that in the back of your mind and maybe give someone a chance, you know, and say, hey, maybe I don't know the full story. Maybe this person is like, you know, upset because of a long string of events that happen that I don't see because I'm not them. You know, obviously, from your point of view, all you see is somebody on the internet crying about someone calling them a name. Like, oh, they called me a name on the internet and it hurt my feelings. That's all you see. That's all you see. But it's not the event that caused that. It's the PTSD from that and worse things happening over and over and over. And so when it's like, you have to kind of like realize, like, some jokes might work for certain demographics, but if you say it when it's applied to another demographic, it has a deeper and more sinister feeling to it. So if you make fun of a trans person, like a trans woman, for having broad shoulders, or for having a more masculine face, or for having a deeper voice, or a male resonant voice, or for you know, having small tits, or for having a penis or an Adam's apple, that is discrimination. Because it's different than if you do that to a man. It's still bad if you do that to a man. If you make fun of somebody for like not looking as masculine, you know, if you like, you know, that or like you make fun of someone's weight. And yeah, I understand there's jokes to be made. And yeah, certain demographics or certain topics are a little bit more broader, and I think and also if you make jokes that are a little bit more in good taste, then yeah, I think people can laugh at it. But I feel like with certain demographics, particularly the trans community, like we're in a state of recovery right now. Like it's like going to somebody who like just had like they're like they just like, you know, like they just went through a divorce, or like somebody just died or something like that, and you start making jokes about it. Like, come on, like there's a recovery period for trans people. We are still fighting for our rights. We're still fighting for, like, you know, acceptance in the general public, because we exist, and we're not a small number of people. We're a small percentage of people, but we are also people, and we exist, and we should not be swept under the rug as like, oh, crazy people on the internet, because that's not the majority of us. The majority of us are not like that. And even, you know, I'm a little bit more outspoken and trying to like make a platform online, but most people are not like me. Most people are not streamers. Most people are not content creators. Most people are not Twitter users. I know it seems very loud because there's kind of like a monolith on Twitter of trans Twitter that I think is super cringe sometimes. Over sexualizing things, saying things as if like it's acceptable. You know, things like calling yourself like, you know, I understand if you don't define yourself as a woman, but you define yourself as a femboy, but you use slurs to like refer to yourself and act like, you know, oh, we're reclaiming it. I'm like, yeah, not everybody agrees with you. Not everybody wants to reclaim certain words. It brings us back PTSD from being discriminated against. And so it's like there's all this PTSD that people don't understand. It's like if you have a war veteran, like from Vietnam, you don't like, you know, start like, you know, blasting fireworks behind his wheelchair. You know, that's abuse. Because you're you know, you don't start like blasting fireworks. And obviously you could say like, oh, they need to get used to it. That's for them to do on their own time, on their own timeline, with what they're comfortable. It's not your job to force them to deal with their trauma. It's them and a qualified professional, and they have to be ready for it. And you can say, hey, like, you know, like, you know, gently push people towards getting help. But you know, like just like that example with like a veteran who's like has PTSD from hearing loud noises, if you would be subject to criminal charges if you like started blasting fireworks near them, or like, you know, stuff like that. Especially if it's like like it surprises them and like it initiates a panic attack. And a lot of trans people or gay people or black people, I can't speak for everyone else, but I can speak for trans and gay community. I mean, I'm pan, and I don't really define myself around my LGBT status. Okay, like that's not who I am. That's just a reality. Like I am trans. I am pansexual. Like some people are a little bit more into it, and that's kind of like a cultural thing. And I'm all for that. But I do think that people should calm the fuck down a little bit, and that not everything is cancelable. There's people who should be canceled, and you know, streamers on the internet, you have to literally just like put things in perspective. They're just some random person talking into a camera, you know, talking into a mic on a camera. Like put things in perspective. Like nobody really takes them seriously, and like you should probably be targeting like the politicians who are, you know, enacting laws that are discriminated against people. That's what people are mad about. And so every time we hear like a slur or something that's like feels targeted, even if it's not intended that way, some things can feel targeted and they hit differently to different demographics. And you could say like, oh, you know, just get tougher skin. And yeah, like as a streamer and someone who's pursuing a path in content creation and stuff, like obviously that's gonna happen. Like that has to happen. I've been forced to become invincible. And obviously, you know, I don't want to speak too soon, but I'm pretty sure I can handle anything people throw at me now. The only thing that's like, I'm not quite used to having a ton of people chat on my stream. And so like, I get a little bit like kind of stun locked when I see like a whole bunch of chat flowing, but I feel like that's something that you just build with practice. I don't need to worry about that. I feel like that's a good problem to have. That being said, like the example with the veteran, it's not your job to make us you know, it's not your job to walk on eggshells, but it's also not your job to tell us how we should deal with our trauma. It's not up to you. Maybe you have anecdotal evidence of your own trauma that you dealt with, but you have to remember that that's you. Somebody else is a completely different person, different life experience, and it's not your place to tell people, oh, just get a tougher skin. Oh, you know, like, you know, people aren't going to walk around eggshells. You should just get strong, you know, deal with it. And yeah, like most of the time I do, you know, as somebody who's starting to see that, you know, like, okay, this is what it's like to be a content creator. And I see like this really blurry, far away image of what it's like to be a bigger streamer. Like when I see, and like, you know, like I can like barely see it. And I have to get like a big giant telescope just to see it. And it's like really far away and blurry because I'm like a zero viewer Andy. However, being trans like kind of like changes that because of people targeting you. And I just, you know, all you have to do is just like kind of ignore it. Obviously you can't ignore it. Even like the smallest, most generic of insults that all streamers get, over time that can really add up. And it's just like, wow, like there's just always going to, and just knowing that there's people out there that will never accept you, especially being trans. Like there's people out there who will never accept my gender, even if like I looked, it doesn't matter how I look. If I had like super full breasts, if I had my V, if I had my facial feminization, if I like looked totally indistinguishable from any other woman on the planet, or even like above average, or even just like way above average, it wouldn't matter to these people. And so it's like, it's kind of like these people, they exist, and it's just angry. It makes me angry that there's so many people out there that just will absolutely refuse to change. And there's nothing I can do to change them, really. I can just live my best life. And yeah, I've survived it. A lot of people end up killing themselves. And that's the reality. You could say they could just, you know, get stronger, but I feel like that's highly insensitive. And I think it's, instead of doing that, maybe pick and choose your jokes a little bit differently. And I don't think XQC is guilty of toxicity. I obviously haven't seen every single one of his instances of talking about people. He streams like freaking 14 hours a day. I would have no life whatsoever if that's all I did was watch him. But I've seen a lot of clips. He has a personality, and he has a comedy style. And I think it really matches who he is as a content creator. I don't know who he is as a person. Except for, you know, you can only be on the, you know, on camera for so long before your real personality, you know, will start to come out. 14 hours a day for many years, you know, it's like, this is just who he is. And, you know, obviously it is performative, but, you know, he seems to know, you know, he seems to know the difference. He doesn't seem like, according to other streamers, he's like really calm and collected person. And so it's like, you have to understand what people say on the internet is not necessarily one-to-one with reality. You know, it's a shocker, but sometimes people will be performative with what they do, and you have to understand that. And getting mad at that is looking at the wrong problem. The problem isn't the person who said the thing. The problem is that so many people out there say it and believe that it's not a problem. And they're like, oh, you know, you're just trying to cancel everyone. Why don't you get a thicker skin? It's like, okay, well, you could die on that hill and just continually to harass people by refusing to change. You know, because it does become abusive, you know, if it's one time and you don't really know, but you know, there's been enough time now, and I don't see that happening anymore. I don't see any relevant content creators, you know, making fun of trans people or black people or women or anything like that. Like, I don't see those people doing that. Maybe a couple of years ago they would make jokes that were very callous, but things have changed. Trans people have made a stand too. I'm making a stand because they want to make us feel like we're invisible, like we shouldn't be allowed to exist, like we need to be this like small, weird like category of people, but no, we're just people. And it kind of upsets me that so many trans people who have a platform online just kind of do not really give us like a very good image. But then again, it would be kind of like it's a sign of progress that that people need to understand that like we're not a monolith. Like not all trans people are the same. And I think people are figuring that out. And hopefully I can be a part of that change. And I don't need to, but I personally don't feel like, I'm not like doing it like, I'm not I'm not like forcing myself to like do this, but like I really don't feel personally like being trans makes me special or anything. It is special. It's very rare, but also it's not the only thing that defines me. And I feel like a lot of trans people go through this because when you're transitioning, you're very much aware of your identity and what you look like and all that. And I feel like a lot of trans people online are still going through that. And they do need more support, and also more compassion and empathy. But what it is like it feels like that's the only thing about you when you're trans and transitioning. It feels like that's what defines you because that's all you can think about, and it's really hard to separate anything from it. And when you hear people say bad things about you or about trans people, I mean, and like you hear all that and you see and you get angry because you take it really personally because it is personal. That being said, like it is not objectively personal. However, the people making those kind of jokes, they should probably realize that that's not a very sustainable way to build a career. People like XQC can get away with it because he's like just so big, but also he's not even really being toxic. He just kind of like, pokes fun at things. And I don't feel like that's toxic at all. I actually feel it's like nowhere near toxic as far as this other stuff I've heard on the internet. People like, actively, openly advocating against trans rights. That's what, like people like Ben Shapiro and shit like that. Jordan Peterson or whatever. I think that was Jordan Peterson. That was, I don't know. Like, it was like what? It was, oops. Let's see, why I open incognito? Ben Shapiro, was it Jordan Peterson or was it Bill Maher? Yeah, it was Jordan Peterson. You grab a coffee like it's some kind of like impromptu, like it was some kind of impromptu meeting. Like obviously it was planned. It's just kind of funny when people act like it's just a casual like conversation. Like, oh, I just saw Jordan Peterson while I was having a coffee. Like, no, they planned that shit. It's like, I don't think anybody thinks that, but it's just kind of funny. Like they present it as that.
It's not.
Anyway, I don't want to get too far into that. I usually go on tangents that are like slightly. I feel they're related. Most people don't realize. Most people will say like, "Oh, that's completely unrelated." I don't think they are, because if it's not really like it's like a whole problem of people who think that it's more important for them to be allowed to say crude and bigoted jokes than it is to think about how those jokes might affect a large percentage of people. And when a large percentage of people are committing suicide specifically because that kind of behavior is kind of like considered like, oh, it's not a big deal. Let's just, we don't need to cancel that person. And I don't think canceling is ever the answer unless they're like a politician who's like, trying to tell people to go riot and not even like telling them to calm down until like a few hours later. That person was banned. That person should be canceled. That person is now facing legal repercussions for his whole entire presidential, for his whole entire time as president. But like XQC says, he used to be hating on cancel culture or whatever. I do think there is a difference between canceling somebody who is actively actively trying to, infringe and limit people's human rights, and not just human rights, but also social perception, which is a big deal for trans people that most people don't understand. Even I don't understand. But there is there is social discrimination where it's like, yeah, there's no legal discrimination in some cases, but there is legal discrimination against trans people, and like trans people in certain states in the country can't use the bathroom aligning with their gender. Honestly, I feel like you should just let people pee and poop, okay? Like, it doesn't matter. Why have gendered bathrooms in the first place? Like, people need to pee and poop, okay? And put urinals and put toilets. And if somebody is like doing something inappropriate, well, then the law is against that. Like, if somebody's inappropriate, you call the security. I don't think anybody would. I think generally, people would still go into the bathrooms that are like aligning with your gender, but I really don't think it's a big deal, and everyone knows this except for the people who are just like they're so far down the rabbit hole. It's almost, I don't even know if it's possible to help them. Because they don't see reality. They see like what they've heard on Facebook or on Twitter, and their favorite, Fox News commentator. Oh yeah, did you hear what this person says? Did you hear what this person said? I heard this on Twitter. Can you believe this is happening? It's like, calm down. Don't believe everything you think. Don't believe everything you read. Make a calm and deliberate assessment before you start like going down all these lines of logic, because if you start out from the wrong place, you're going to end up at a completely wrong place. So maybe people should try to like understand each other a bit more. I can try to, I have to meet people in the middle too. I used to feel really angry and like people need to be canceled for saying something that's like offensive, and it's like, yeah, like we should pick our battles. People like XQC, he's just like a random gamer comedian guy. Actually, mostly a comedian, and React. Like, he's great at what he does. I laugh at what he says. I don't like, some things are a little bit cringe, but he hits some, you miss some. And I think a lot of people are kind of just afraid to make fun of trans people, but I honestly think that like the sign of progress is when people don't feel afraid. And also when people stop canceling people for making or when people stop trying to cancel people because of like trans jokes. I think there'll be some progress when people are allowed to make fun of us. Without, because we need to put some things in perspective. There's people who are actively harming us, and those are the people that we should be focusing on. That's what canceling is for. Canceling is good when the legal system fails. Because sometimes things are really a gray area. It's a really shitty thing that people do, but they can't be legally reprimanded or punished. And so there's things there's called social integration, social acceptance. And I really do feel like, especially with us trans people, just stop fucking flying off the handle because of one single clip you see or something. Maybe you should try to give people a chance. Try to like look at people as a whole, and also understand that some people are trying to be entertaining to people. Obviously, if you go too far, there's a problem. I don't think XQC has ever gone too far. It's just I don't know. It's just kind of, it's a messed up thing, because I personally don't really care too much anymore. There's other people who are still on the stage of caring, and so like, what are we going to do about that? Have more empathy for people, and this goes for people who are saying the offensive things, and also people who are getting offended, because you being offended doesn't mean somebody should be canceled. That being said, there are specific things that are not considered just like, mean, and then things that are considered discrimination. So yeah, it's going to be hard for a while, and I think it's going to be really difficult to laugh at jokes that are targeted against trans people until we get equal rights in the law and in society, where people don't just immediately think that we're just disgusting clowns who are freaks. Okay, like people call me a freak, or they call me like oh yeah, you're a disgusting human being, and you think that you're trans, and you think that'll fix your life. Like you're so far gone from reality that I can't even take you seriously, because that's not what it's like. Nobody's forcing me to be trans. I'm not quote unquote being trans just because of my life problems. Your life problems are there regardless of your gender identity. It's not how it works. It's not a phase. It's not something that people do to rebel. It's just, I mean, the data doesn't even back that up. So it's like you're already false. And then saying like, oh, look at all these trans people, they're all offended. Like there's a pattern. Maybe there's certain things that are very offensive that are actually harming people because of the suicide rate. It's like it's hard to feel, especially if you don't have a support system in your real life, because maybe you have transphobic parents or something, or family, or people in your like, you're afraid to come out at work because like people are gonna like harass you, and it's considered acceptable in some situations, because depending on the people who are there, they're gonna see you as the problem. They're not gonna like realize that there's somebody who's being discriminating. They're just gonna say, oh, you need to get thicker skin. Stop being a whiny baby. And that's how some people are. It depends entirely on your geographical location on the planet. Where I feel safe here in California, at least relatively. But if I went to Alabama or North Carolina, or something like that, Missouri, like somewhere in the South, or like, like North Carolina, I would not feel safe at all. I would be terrified that somebody would find out I was trans in public, because like it's like you could lose your life. You could be harassed, you could be beaten, and until like, and on the internet, it's obviously not as bad, but it does add up. And obviously, not everybody has the ability to put up with that. And they say, oh, well, then don't be on the internet. Well, you can't really say that anymore. The internet's not this niche thing that only a few random people use. Like everybody uses the internet. It should be a public space that people should feel safe in. There's a Twitter terms of service for a reason. It's because they want to stand up against harassment and hateful behavior, because they understand the impact it has on people's mental health. Doesn't mean that, obviously you can never stop it. You can never force people. But what you can do is you can, get it off your platform. And obviously people are like, oh, my freedom of speech. Nobody's stopping you from going out in public to a public space and forum from saying what you're saying. But you have to realize that they also have a freedom of speech to say that you're an asshole. And so if you get offended, like maybe you should grow thicker skin. If somebody's calling you an asshole because you said a bigoted thing, or you harassed somebody, that feels more targeted if somebody is a woman, or if somebody is trans also, or they're a trans male, or if somebody's non-binary, whatever, if anybody's trans or LGBTQ in general, or if somebody's black, like it just has a different weight to it. And I wish people would start to think like that. And I think that has been. XQC and a lot of these streamers have changed a lot over the past couple of years. And I think it's because they're starting to get it. They're like, oh shit, like this is hella cringe that people are doing this. I used to do that. That's hella cringe. Like they're starting to get it. They're like, okay, dude, like we're like, come on, like do better content than just using the same jokes that people said 5 years ago or whatever. Like it's not funny anymore. It's just harmful to trans people and stuff. Anyways, kind of off topic, but not really.
It's nothing to do with it. Same way if I say I'm talking to a male, right? Yeah, I'm being talked to a male, but it's not about him being a male. Can we be nice or be toxic to everybody?
Apologize about everything.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is like that's not really how it works. You can't just say, oh, we need to be nice to everyone. We need to be toxic to everyone. Not everybody feels that way. Maybe X understands this, or maybe not. But his reality is different than everybody else's. Like Destiny's reality, like obviously what works for him, it works for him. He has talked about his gender. I don't want to speak too much on it, but that he just doesn't really think about his gender. Some people are very much aware of our gender. Now, like, obviously my own understanding has evolved, and it's like not the only thing about me. I just want to live my life. You know, I'm a woman, okay? I just happen to be trans. It doesn't make me any less of a woman. It doesn't make me any more important or anything. It just means that I'm trans. It's an adjective. But like expecting other people to feel the same way, some people like to have the trans flag in the background, and they go to rallies and they go to events. They meet all the other trans people in their community, which I kind of do, but I'm like not really into the whole LGBTQ community. Like, honestly, like I just want to live my life. Whenever I go to the events like that, I just feel like everyone's angry. And they, like, I don't know. I'm obviously, like, you know, being, you know, that's my preconceived notion about it. Obviously, that's not really the case. In fact, I've gone to a few events, and it was very nice, and I felt accepted. But honestly, I'm not going to be going to protests. My life would be in danger. I am not willing to put myself in danger just to protest. I really also don't think, unless you have a very dedicated effort over time, with a significant, maybe not large, but a very significant and dedicated group of protesting people, with a very clear and concise goal. Hey, Space Ducks. I really don't feel like going out and protesting is really that effective. But if you, like, you know, if you have a very clear and concise goal and message, and you continually do things over time, and of course if it's peaceful, i.e. non-violent, which ends up, you know, there's always some bad eggs out there that use a protest as an excuse to go break shit, and that's violent, and you've already failed as a protester. If you don't protest with complete non-violence, you've already failed, because that's not protesting, that's mayhem. And, you know, you could argue that, you know, people on the opposing side started it or whatever. Sometimes it's really gray. Sometimes it's really hard to tell. But I do think that, like, some people are like that. It doesn't mean I should. Just like I don't really, you know, I am proud of being trans. But like I said, that's not the only thing that defines me, but I should not expect other people to feel the way I do. And so just because X feels that way, he should also realize that, okay, well, he has a very unique point of view. He has like 60,000 to 80,000 viewers a day, and that's just like a normal, that's just like normal. So he's like a content creator. He has a platform, all this kind of stuff. He has a different perspective from what he sees online that a lot of people don't have. And yeah, I'm starting to see things for what they are now. Oh, thank you so much. I don't know what that was. I closed my stream elements. Because usually my stream elements can lag me out. I don't know why. I heard the sound. Space Ducks, oh my god, thank you for the $100. Oh my god, happy birthday to me. Thank you so much, Space Duck. That was like really not, I mean, I was really unexpected. I know that you said you're going to give me something, but I was like, you know, obviously I want money, but like, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, I still feel like it's unfair for me to expect things. $100 is so amazing. Oh my god, that's gonna go a long way. Thank you so much, Space Ducks. Happy birthday, Rebecca. 21 again. I don't know why the TTS didn't work. Here's the second half of your birthday gift from me. Hope you like it. Maybe it will help you out a little. It helps me out a lot. Much love from me, Chris, aka Space Ducks. You want me to call you Space Ducks or Chris? Thank you so much. That's gonna go a long way. My dad gave me $100 this morning. Yeah, okay. Oh shit. I need to do something with my PayPal because it's like having problems. It says I need to submit information. I think they needed updated bank info because I changed my name. Definitely not something to do on stream. Well, I can do it in this view. just really quick. Yeah, that will help out a lot. That'll help out a lot. Yeah, that's like 2 months of internet. Space ducks, okay. Let's see. Yeah, it's yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I forgot I was muted. Yeah, okay, yeah. You only turned 21, right? Yeah, I'm actually 34. Yeah, I just need to fix this thing with PayPal because I'm really, really, really hoping that that my PayPal isn't broken or something, or that you didn't send it to the wrong thing. Ugh, okay, just a second. Yeah, I just didn't want to take any chances because, like, it's like, very, 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 like driver's license stuff. The fuck? It wants purchase receipts from my supplier. I don't know how to do that. Oh god. It says I have 0 PayPal balance. Oh, never mind. It says pending. But it thinks I'm like selling services. Oh, I guess I have to use. I think I have to put like. I don't know. I think I have to put like Twitch stuff. I think that's it. Take a screenshot of it or something. I should probably do this later. I just don't want to. I don't want to make your money go to waste. Because I mean, it says I have to resolve it by March 1st, but it's just like. Oh shit. Yeah, let's just resolve it now. I'm not really. I don't know. This is still early in the morning. We're gonna get to League soon. I was just reacting to LSF stuff. Yeah, I can't leak this, of course, but I got 350 new followers. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I think it goes directly to my bank, but I think they want to make sure for like tax information, I believe. I think there was a change to PayPal. I think they changed their policy or something like that. And so I think like I need to provide something. It just pisses me off. It's like, God damn it. Like, is it that hard to like just... It's like I'm barely make any money, and then like they make it even harder for you to make money. It's just so frustrating. What am I looking for? There's supposed to be like a page that, like, says I need a receipt. I don't know how to do that. PayPal, Twitch donations, receipts. How do I... Provide proof of fulfillment and provide purchase. You need to go to your PayPal activity, go to donation, you'll see a shipping button, click on it and don't... Yeah, this is kind of ridiculous. Like, I wish my PayPal just worked instead of all this shit. Yeah, I just don't want your money to go to waste, is all I'm saying. Like... I can even just... Let me just take a picture of your stream message. Maybe that'll work. Jesus Christ, I don't know how to resolve this. Might have to be this might be a problem that I might have to like pick up with them. I'm not the only person who's had this problem. It looks like they see money coming in, they think it's like for a business, that it's not like a donation. Yeah, and then it looks apparent that like there's a channel involved, like, and it says stop streaming, and like it says that I'm streaming, so it's like that might be enough evidence for them. I don't know. Either way, I think mainly they needed my driver's license. Count impact. Oh, okay. So I can still receive money. I just can't, I can't close the account. I can't remove the debit card. I can't remove fake accounts. Okay, so that's good. They basically, it's just to prevent, like, people from committing, like, tax evasion and stuff. So I can still use everything. It's not going to change at all. Oh. What? Oh yeah, if I don't do anything, but I did submit, and if I need to, I can do more. But it does mean I can't receive money after on March 1st if I don't get this resolved. Okay, and it should go directly to my bank. Yeah, it still says pending for the person who sent me $50. So I don't know. It's kind of scary, like, you know, this is money that, like, I need. And, like, people are not giving me because it's PayPal being bullshit. Oh, I think I have to set... Somebody mentioned that you have to set the order status to order completed or something. That it says order processed. Tracking information not required. I think I needed to do that. Because they think that I'm, like, selling goods. They don't understand that it's, like, a donation. Like, I think, like, the default, they just think that you're, like, selling goods and that you're trying to, like, avoid taxes or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. Anyway, let's get back to things. I really hate to like say it's like I almost want to like until that resolves I shouldn't maybe even get rid of the donation button, but I don't know. Let me just check what it says. Is there I don't know if there's a better way to donate. I think that might be the only way I can set up donations. It's through Stream Elements. I do this thing where I put my hand on my my side a lot. Do I need to change up my settings in Streamlabs? There's no... Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think they did this. I think it's just because I needed to submit more information. I think that's it. I think it's just it got flagged and then they probably had to do the same thing too. So it's probably fine. It seems to be like something that other people have had issue with, but I don't think it's too big of an issue. I think it's just temporary. Tipping settings. PayPal. Oh, you know, I can actually just connect it directly to my, I can just connect it directly to my bank. Oh, no, that's SE Pay. I might switch to SE Pay. Okay, yeah, I can just literally just use direct... and I'm not showing this, am I? Okay. Jeez. Oh, never mind. That's for other countries outside of the US. It has United Kingdom. It doesn't have anything else. It has a bunch of like European countries. So never mind. I can't do that. Ugh. This kind of stuff. Yeah, so it's like I actually had $50 somebody did, and it says it's still pending, so I'm really kind of concerned because if people are tipping micropayments, that's only below $12. But I probably should do that in case people want to tip less than $12. This is something to do later. I have to create a second PayPal account. It has to be a business account? What? Ah, that's for micropayments. Okay. Okay. Yeah, other people had this problem too. PayPal put limitations in my account because of donations. How do I resolve this? Significant changes when someone got $65. Now I cannot withdraw or send money. A proof of fulfillment and a purchase receipt from my supplier. I don't use a supplier since I stream, and I'm not sure how to provide proof of fulfillment because it's entertainment. How do I resolve this? TLDR, PayPal put limitation on my account. People manage to solve it by contacting their customer service and explaining the situation. So, I mean, if they don't resolve it automatically, I have to actually contact them. Oh, this person's talking about making a business so you can business account so you can conceal your first and last name. But it's like, I already doxed myself. Everyone knows my first and last name. Oh, but they can't verify that's actually my legal name. So there's always that. Oh God. Yeah. So it seems like it might resolve itself. Because I submitted the documents. Try contacting PayPal support using social media? It works better than telephone? What the fuck? Try contacting PayPal support using social media? The fuck? PayPal support, ask PayPal? I could actually tweet them to fix this? What the fuck? We live in the future. Yeah, I mean, I guess that I can also try doing that. Yeah, the contested PayPal support and Stream Element support. Yeah, Twitter. Okay, why am I free browsing Twitter? What the fuck? Don't want to get banned again. Okay, anyway. Jesus Christ. It's listed as latest followers and all those fucking followers that are like, you will never be a woman. Like, what the fuck? Fucking crazy world we live in, dude. Anyway, let's get back to the content. Okay, React, and then we're gonna play some League. Yeah, thank you so much, Space Ducks. It should go through, and if not, you could always like charge back, and then if you'd still want to donate, you could use my Cash App or Current. By the way, it reminds me, I need to. No, I don't need to. It's fine. Yeah, thank you so much, Space Ducks. You know, it will go through, and it's going to help out a lot. It helps out a lot. And hopefully now I'll also receive that $50 that was still pending. Jesus fucking Christ. I thought that already went into my bank. Yeah, there was like some point where like, I guess I hadn't resolved that. And yeah, I was just wondering why I hadn't seen the money. Because usually I get a little pop-up notification on my phone that says, you know, from my bank, that says I received an amount. And it used to do it immediately after someone donated. Like, it would go directly from PayPal to my bank. And it's like, now it's like having a problem. Oh, well, it's good that we have this problem now. Instead of like later, because it would suck if I made like thousands of dollars in donations and I didn't see any of it. That'd be bullshit. What the fuck? Okay. I mean, it's just kind of funny timing, but like nothing really wrong with the guy sitting on another guy's lap, you know? I mean, well, would it be any different if that was a woman sitting on a guy's lap? I mean, think about it. Replace Destiny with like a woman sitting on a guy's lap. Nobody would really be thinking about it. Even I'm thinking about it, but not because of, like, that's how bad it is. That's how bad it is that people make you feel like if you're any different than cisgender hetero, that it should be like awkward or even funny or weird. Like, even me, subconsciously, I saw that, and it's like, okay, and I have to, like, actively work on saying, like, okay, it's a guy sitting on a guy, and it's like, but, like, there's still this little teeny tiny subconscious bias where I see something like that, and I'm like, oh, it's two men, and so that's different. And it's just guys being dudes. But have you noticed that? Like, it's still like that, even today, after, like, you know, gay people are more accepted than before, you know, gay men and gay women. I'm pansexual, but I'm lumped into the gay category because I'm also trans, and that lumps me into the category that they put me into. They, you know, the people who are like, man, that's not normal. That's not natural. God created an Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. But even subconsciously, I saw that. And obviously, it was like the timing was funny and the clip was because of that. But it's just like still, it's like there's still a subconscious bias towards heteronormative relationships. And even then, that wasn't even like a relationship thing. I don't know these two people. I know the Destiny. But like, I don't even know who the other person was. But like, you know, I don't know the situation. Even then, it didn't even look like it was like overly sexual or anything, you know? Just looked like a guy like sitting on another guy's knee or something. Like, okay. Maybe not knee. Maybe a little bit closer in. It's about League. Wait, Twitch does that with their partners? They like tell them what game to play? What the fuck? What the fuck? Is he serious or is he memeing? I think he's memeing. I don't think it's about Lee. I don't think Twitch would have made him. I don't think they do that. I don't think they tell streamers what game to play. I mean, maybe they do. With like the top streamers, but that doesn't make any sense to me. You know, I had a dream about Seer the other night. I was like with my friend and like we had like some like weed like sour candies. I really want them now because I mean now I quit weed, but like you know, just in general, like I want that candy, you know. Slurp slurp. What? Oh no, not that kind of dream. He called me on the phone in my dream and he was like incoherent, and I'm not memeing, like I know that but like he was like like he was like mumbling, and I was like telling my friend was like telling me to hurry up, we were gonna do something or something, I don't know, but it said, wait a minute, I have an important phone call, this is Seer from OTK and like this is a big deal, but like all he was doing was what? Yeah, I don't know what to talk about. What do you want to do? It's like he called me like there was going to be like a plan, but like his plan was like not a plan. Like it was like he was just like mumbling and like half-assed, not at all like he is on his stream. But it's just kind of funny that like I was like, wait, this is an important phone call. This is Seer from OTK, and all he said was like. You slurped up out of your cup. Oh yeah. It's coffee, and I ran out of I haven't gotten any more coffee filters in a while, so I'm just having the coffee straight out of the cup with my tea straw, and so it slurps. Oh, I kind of remember Quinn 69. Does she have like the same color and layout style? Like the thing where she has like the old like she actually has like a window, like where her like the whole pink layout, but not just the fact that, I mean, purple, lilac, or lavender, but like, you know, not just that, but like the fact that I think Quinn 69 had like the exact same setup. Oh, it's a. Oh, it was a guy. I thought there was a woman. Okay. For disputing Twitch ban for hateful conduct. Oh, it's the Quinn 69 guy. Is that the guy? Oh, shit. Yeah, I knew that guy was like really kind of there. Yeah, it's like that British guy. He's like, it's like really obnoxious. He's like, oh, these women on Twitch, and or no, I don't think he might be like, I don't know, I'm not gonna do the accent, but he's like, all these women on Twitch. He was saying that like all these women, I don't know, that's a different guy. Who am I thinking of? Who am I thinking of? So you're just mumbling to you. I mean, it was kind of like, but it was also kind of interesting because it was kind of deep. Like, like it was kind of relevant because it's like kind of, I mean, obviously it's not true. I do not, neglect my real life because of like my pursuit, like streaming and trying to like get involved, even though like obviously it'd be ridiculous if OTK was interested in me. But hey, I mean, it's stranger things have happened in the world. If OTK took an interest in me, that would be interesting. I do hang out in their Discord, but specifically just because it's a relevant place to be. And yes, a part of me like just wants to be involved with the community just because it's like, hey, like, if I'm around these people, even if it's like the furthest possible, like the most like smallest, tiniest bit of the resemblance of a connection to like an org by like just hanging out with people on Discord. Even then though, like, it's better than being invisible and people not knowing I exist. And so yeah, like I'm not like I don't think grifter is the right word, but I'm not like that. I don't just do things just because it'll benefit me. Like there's a reason why I gravitate towards people rather than other people, like the Botez sisters or like OTK members, and like people who are just like very like align with my values. And like Mizkif particularly, I feel like he might understand me more than, well, obviously he's never met me, but I feel like me and him have shared like some mental health experiences in the past. There was a video, I didn't know this until I watched like the story of Mizkif or whatever. I don't want to call too much attention to it, but in 2019, he was hospitalized, and he's talked about it on stream and stuff. I don't think he talks about that too much. I think he tries to just be a funny guy, and that's what he is, a very funny guy. And he has beautiful eyes. Very, very, I can like tell that he cares about people. Like you can see it in people's eyes. Like when somebody like is just very like kind of like dehumanizing people and like hateful, you can see that too. But he has very kind eyes, Mizkif does. And I don't know why I'm talking about Mizkif when somebody else here. Oh, because like Harley Quinn. Oh, okay, that's it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know who that guy is. I've seen clips, I believe. But no, there's like two different people. I don't know. Either way, they're both kind of cringe. I believe, and I believe I remember both clips. But it's like, this is why I like kind of gravitate towards like aligning myself with certain streamers and not others. It's because like, hey, like, well, first of all, OTK is a new org. I'm a nobody, but I might be a somebody, or at least a little bit of a somebody at some point. And it'd be nice if they took interest in me at some point when they notice me, when I'm noticeable. But even before, even just like a obviously, I don't expect streamers to, I understand. Like they can't just, even if they do know I exist, I don't think they would contact me personally. Unless there was something like important. Like, if they said, hey, Rebecca, like we want to talk to you on stream. Or even just talk to me like before, like just to, do business. But like that would be cool. I know Miz has said that he wants to help grow streamers. I don't take that literally. I think he means like people who are already growing, and just kind of lift them up a bit. I'm not expecting anybody whatsoever to help me as a content creator, because it doesn't work that way. Yeah, people can give you publicity, but if you don't have a good product that they want to keep coming back to, then that's the thing I need to work on, is actually making people organically come to my content. And I'm not quite there yet. And I'm not going to be there for a while. This year is, my life takes precedence over my career. And I'm taking care of my life. And I feel, and Mizkif even did a video recently, talking about how fame is not like what people like. Fame alone is not worth it. The fame is only worth it because of not just the money, but like, I mean, he said he really likes the money, and I don't blame him. But it's because he still like has like a lot of friends he works with, but it's also weird because they're also his competition. And so we started an org, and so if they succeed, he succeeds. If he succeeds, they succeed. And I really like the camaraderie that I see in OTK. They feel, I understand that they're streamers and entertainers, and they're not my friend and all that, Ludwig. But at the same time, the vibe I get is the same vibe that I have from my real life friends. And that's something special. And hopefully at some point I might be able to make a name for myself, and maybe they'll take interest in me. I don't know if I would join them as an org. I don't know if that would be viable for my particular career path. It may or may not be. I don't know. I don't have any preconceived notions. I don't have any expectations. All I know is I'm just going to do my thing. I'm going to do my best, and I'm going to try to, if people want to work with me, I'll work with them the best I can and try not to interfere with their path. All that kind of stuff. You know, I don't expect anything. I don't have any preconceived notions about what all of this business is. Try to figure it out as I go, and just, try to roll with it. I don't have any preconceived notions. I don't have any delusions. Getting rated by a popular streamer, it's not going to make or break you. I've seen people do giant raids. It's kind of fun content because they get a clip of it, but at the same time, and it does give some exposure. But like, people have to like your product, and if people don't like your product, they'll watch it, they'll leave. Like, they'll just leave. But I mean, it's obviously it's still better than nothing, because at least that many people saw your Twitch channel or your Twitter handle or whatever. If like 20,000 people showed up to my stream, like, they would see my Twitter right there. Like, they don't see it here. But like, they would at least like, it would be it's better than nothing. But like, I don't have any more delusions like that. I used to have delusions like, oh no, like, how come I hope that I get rated by a big streamer. It's like, that's the wrong way of thinking. That's not how it works. You get viewers organically. You get followers organically. And it's because, like, a huge part of it is exposure. Obviously, exposure, they say all news is good, all publicity is good publicity. I mean, obviously, if it's super bad, like if you committed like a huge crime and it's like very heinous, like, yeah, you're gonna be famous, but like not in the good way. But most people are not that, and I feel like it's still good to get that many people who at least see that you exist. I feel, but it's not going to decide like your career. Like, you're going to get like, even if like 100,000 people rated your stream, like there was a raid from like Hassan or something, it's like 150,000 people or something. like even if that happened, I guarantee you there's probably still only going to be like 50 people left out of all that. But even then, that's 50 people that you filtered, and you want to get those people. You want to get the people who want to stay. And so it's not about one single event. It's about, over time, you get the people who you need, because those are the people who need you. And so it's like, it's not about numbers, but it is about numbers, because on Twitch specifically, people won't take you seriously, but people won't even know you exist, because you'll be at the bottom of like every category. And it'd be nice if at some point I can start hitting that 50 viewer average. I've hit like kind of 100 viewer average on a different website, but that has different metrics. I don't really know how to compare that. But at one point I've had 200 viewers on a different platform. That was pretty cool. 200 people watching me while I gameplay footage is always like the most boring footage I ever see on LSF. I feel like, but I mean, obviously people enjoy gameplay footage, And that really is what Twitch is supposed to be about. But like honestly, I feel like when I click on streamer TV or Top Keck, I'm looking for like personality. I'm not looking for video game gameplay. But I mean, I understand that they gotta please more people, and let's give the clip a chance, Okay. I'm not sure what happened. I guess I'd have to know the game. Like, it's kind of cool though. Like she like. She like put like a bomb in the car and then got out, and then exploded it, probably to pull people out. No, she actually got a kill with that, with the C4. 7 kills. Oh. With Dr. Disrespect guy. What? Because he just said guy, and then it was a Dr. Disrespect sound clip. Five head. I can picture her with like the big board of like the guy like giving the conspiracy theory. I think Slick is starting to get his vibe. He's starting to get his comfort zone. I think he's gonna, grow a lot as a streamer over time. He's starting to get a comfort with it, with being, in public. I kind of noticed Slick has always been kind of like reserved, and kind of feel. I think he's like, he's got like kind of some small streamer vibes, and I think he's starting to get some. I think he's starting to get some confidence, and it really comes across. Like Slick is starting to get that confidence. Interestingly enough, I'm still a small streamer, but I feel myself getting more and more confident with my streaming and my public with my public presentation, like better and better. Obviously, nothing prepares you for fame. See, there's a quote. I don't know if I can find it. There's a quote. From Artie Shaw. Nobody prepares you for success. Oh, God. I don't know if it's here. Ken Burns. Yeah. Oh, Ken Buen. Ken Burns. It was in the Ken Burns jazz documentary. Was it from this? La, 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 I don't want to get deep inside. Blah, 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 blah. I don't think that's it. God damn it. I can't. It's hard to find like specific clips from like something that's like a long documentary, like Ken Burns jazz Artie Shaw clip. Dedicated chaos. Well, it must have shown something. The fuck is this website? I don't think I can show this. Probably DMCA. I mean, I could at least find a clip. Ken Burns, Jazz, Artie Shaw. Gumbo. Yeah, it's a great, was it this one? The Death of Jazz? Very amazing. If you haven't watched it, all two of you out there, or those viewing the VOD, probably nobody. Amazing documentary. A 10-part documentary series about the history of jazz, which is extremely connected to Black history. And anybody who says otherwise is extremely deluded. Jazz is extremely important for Black history, even though it's not. Obviously, there's a lot of people, of mixed ethnicity, but it's an amazing part of. Oh, oops! I'm not showing it. It's Ken Burns jazz documentary. Amazing documentary. I've seen it like twice. Quest for Perfection. There's a quote. Artie Shaw quotes. Nobody prepares you for success. How come I can't find this quote? Artie Shaw quotes. We have to manually go through it. Jazz was born out of the whiskey bottle, was raised on marijuana, and will expire on cocaine. The good old days are neither better nor worse than the ones we're living through right now. Exactly. People are always like, oh, the good old days. Were they really any better than how they are now? You're just a different person now. Do you think that's, somebody once asked me once, do you think that swing will ever come back? And I said, do you think the 1938 Ford will ever come back? Yeah, swing is over. It doesn't mean it's not worth studying, but it's definitely a part of history. You never know though, swing might come back. Society does change. Everyone says people are always constantly complaining. It's like, oh, music today is trash, and it's like, well, that's your opinion, and a lot of people, nobody's telling you to listen to that music. It's good to have more. It's a part of human history. If you have more, why limit yourself? They're saying oh, the shit out today has no melody, and it's like, okay, you can criticize it, but at least it still exists. And the other stuff can exist too. Nobody's stopping you from making swing music. Nobody's stopping you from making the traditional jazz music, all that. The bop and hard bop, or the cool jazz as people call it. At some point there was something called cool jazz. I think that was like bop, and then hard bop came out, and then and it's just naturally evolved. And now music is just a giant amalgamation of all styles, and some styles are more popular than others. Swing was popular in the 20s and 30s. Swing was popular. Just like how, the music that we hear today, the pop music, it's popular now. In a couple of years, people are going to move on from it, and there's going to be more music. So it's like popular music is always it's never set in stone. It's just based on the way that people listen to and perceive music in the current day and age. People ask what these women saw in me. Let's face it, I wasn't a bad-looking stud, but that's not it. It's the music. It's standing up there under the lights. A lot of women just flip. Looks have nothing to do with it. You call Mick Jagger good-looking? An entertainer pleases others while an artist only has to please himself. Benny Goodman plays the clarinet. I play music. I disagree. I think he was also a musician who was really, really good. I'm not, because Artie Shaw has had a bit. I don't know if he's dead now, right? Oops. Yeah, it was. Yeah, he died in 2004. He lived almost 100 years. That's crazy. 96. He died at 96. It's crazy. Yeah, he like, you know, did classical music. He played violin. I'm not comfortable with categories, and I distrust most definitions. The word definition is based on the word finite, which would seem to indicate that once we've defined something, we don't need to think about it anymore. Yeah, it's ridiculous. That needs to be like changed in today's world. People like sound bites. They like quotes. Ironically, this is in a quote. But like, a quote is like a door, is like opening the door. It's not the end. People and people, especially younger people, actually I think older people, the boomers, okay, and people my age, you know, older millennials, have an issue where it's like we settle. It's like, oh, well, that settles it. Racism is solved. I'm like, no, it's like it's a constant discussion and it evolves. You don't just like settle. If you want to dance, a windshield wiper will do it. All you need is a beat. It's true. Music, especially like jazz, but most music, it's way more based on rhythm, and a lot of the more successful like musicians, you know, the ones we consider talented and that have very strong ability, their solos and stuff, and I'm talking about like jazz and stuff, or even like, you know, prepared music. The melody will be in conjunction with the rhythm, and that's what makes things feel good to hear. And obviously, you know, melody itself is a rhythm. And so if, you know, even just like a note, like, you know, one instrument playing, it's still a rhythm, and the melody is a rhythm. So when I first met Benny Goodman, he wouldn't talk about anything but clarinets, mouthpieces, reeds, etc. When I tried to change the subject, he said, but that's what we have in common. We both play clarinet. I said, no, Benny, that's where we're different. You play clarinet, I play music. They both kind of like did that. They're basically Twitch streamers. This was like the first LSF for musicians. Oof. Stomach suddenly did something and I'm hungry. Well, I need to eat something. Anyway, I'll be right back. Need to eat something. Having crackers because I'm hungry. Yeah, I'll try to do, I know I asked you to do dishes, but you have that problem. I'll do that, I'll try to do it this week. Don't worry, you don't have to do anything right now. I was just coming in here to get some food. Oh, I'm not using the bathroom. Oh, whoops. Forgot to turn my mic off. Well, now I'm back. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, I just needed something to eat. I got some cheese and crackers. What the fuck? I still can't find the quote. Like, how come it's so hard to find certain quotes? It was never written down? Like, cause it's like, Artie Shaw had a really cool quote from Ken Burns' documentary where he said, like, everybody prepares you for success. But nobody prepares you for, I mean, everybody is prepared for failure their whole life, but nobody prepares you for success. It's so rare as like as a creative, you know? Huh? Okay. Oh. And here's the thing, is everybody's different. Some people thrive in becoming a commodity. I want to become a commodity. But obviously, as Mizkif said in his video about it, like, you know, he was so, and I'm you know what, I'm very much like him. I'm very much like Mizkif. I'm gonna turn the music off because we're doing React again. I feel very like, I don't want to say connected because he's just a streamer and I'm just, you know, I don't know him. I just know his content. But I feel like there is a lot we have in common. Like, especially like we were both hospitalized in 2019. For different reasons, maybe not. I don't know. I don't want to assume other people's gender identity. Okay, it's personal, and if people talk about it or not, you know, it's not about how you look. I don't know why people think gender is how you look, including a lot of trans people out there. There's a lot of trans people out there who just it takes them a while to get it. Like, it takes them a while to get that, like, looking pretty or having bigger boobs, or even having like the full appearance of, you know, stereotypical, you know, traditionally female sex secondary sex characteristics, like, you know, breasts, softer skin, wider hips, all that. That's not what makes you your gender, you know, because some people have a feminine body, but they define themselves as either non-binary or as male. In the same way with some people have a masculine body, but they define themselves as non-binary or as female. And it's kind of toxic among the trans community. This need to pass. And I know it's like, it's not something you can just say like, oh, it's toxic, because I fall victim to that, you know. It's like, it's internalized. There's this need to pass as female, whatever that means. Sadly, the way society sees you is how they see you. And so it's like, a lot of trans people need to figure that out. Is that you have to define your own personal acceptance. Nobody is ever going to be good enough for you. There's going to be so many people out there who support you, so many people out there who accept you, and a ton of people who don't care. There's the 10-10-80 rule. 10% of people absolutely love and adore you and support you. 10% of people absolutely hate you. 80% don't even really care. They just like don't even know you exist, you know? So you have to put things in perspective. That works well, I think, trying to remember that. When you see like a stupid hateful comment, is that you have to realize that's only 10% of the people who watch you. That's only like 10% of people. And you could also say that like only 10% of people support you, but like focus on that one instead of the other one, because it's like those people matter, you know?
He said you aren't allowed in the city of Austin, Mia. Unless you pick Slick. But
Yes.
can I just say this? Misgive.
And so that is why he hates that child. And it's fair. I think it's fair that he hates that child.
wanna your sweet little robot mouth, Craig.
Can you not talk to the Discord bot?
What the fuck?
Where did slime come from?
To the Discord.
I wanna your your sweet little robot mouth, Craig.
What the fuck?
Can you not talk to the Discord bot?
Where did slime come from? Slime's voice.
Dinosaur does sound pretty rad though.
And when I said that, they thought I was talking about like just a quick little statue. I was like, no, I want like the bones. Like I want that goes in like museums. Like when you walk in my house, I want you to have to like walk through the legs of it. And they was like,
I'm guessing a T-Rex because he's T-Pain.
Like, well, I don't think we're gonna be able to get that. I was like, well, museums get them all the time, and they obviously get them from somewhere. It's not fucking ground.
They have like societies of like museums and history preservation and connections to like research institutes and all that kind of like they have all it's an academic thing, and museums get the rights to get those. So it's like you have to have the rights to own those because they're a part of the actual physical history of our planet. So it's like you need special permission to get those. I don't think it's just about money.
Because them shits is plastic or clay or something. I just know it's got them. You know, they're available. I know they didn't find all of them. Let's go digging, you know? The dinosaur would have been nuts. I probably would have did too much to it, though. I would have put truck nuts on it for real.
Put truck nuts on a dinosaur?
Who's got a One Piece? Can we report that?
You know, it used to show you. It used to show you everyone that was loading.
Yep, I remember that. But then people got bullied for their PC, and then we're removing this because people got bullied because of their win rate. Oh, profiles, we removed that because people get bullied based on their stats. Oh, but no, we removed that because people got insensitive about their player picks. Oh my god. Then what? Hide the name, hide the champ.
Did you just try to purchase the stealth ward, which is already the default?
Oh, they're bullied based on their stats. Oh, but no, we removed that because people got insensitive.
You already have a stealth ward by default.
About their player picks. Oh my god. Then what? Hide the name, hide the champ. Oh, you know what? Hide the in-game score. Hide the whole map. You know what? Hide the whole game. You know what? Ban the game. Ban computers. Ban monitors.
Game!
This Gilbert Godfrey.
He's going 6 consoles mode.
This is for Penta, and it's from Burn. Now Penta.
Holy shit! Somebody paid for a video from Gilbert Gottfried.
This is for Penta, and it's from Burn. Now Penta. Look, how can I put this nicely? Penta, you're a cringe loser. No one likes you. No camera, 'cause you scared and fat. Face up, El Nerd and Ratio. Okay, you're a loser.
That's great. Someone paid Gilbert Gottfried to do that. Now that's content.
If you guys enjoyed this video, feel free to drop a like, and if you want to keep up with the latest news and clips,
I wonder if Penta did it.
be sure to subscribe and turn notifications on, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
No way. There's no way.
Rest in peace.
Okay. Okay, it's been a couple hours since we've been streaming for 2 hours already. We haven't even played a single game of League. What the fuck? We have so much fun here, don't we? Like watching 8-minute video takes 2 hours. Uh, time for estrogen. I gotta cover up my medication because then it'll confirm or deny my legal real name. Okay. What else is there? Aren't you not allowed to show nipples on stream? Mizkip did a stream. Mizkip did a stream shirtless. Pokemon watches porn?
Have you ever seen hentai?
Surprised you know how to pronounce it.
I am not a weeb, but I hentai. But the problem is like all the hentai is like ridiculous. It's always like ooh, virgin guy who doesn't know how to.
Well, his hair is like a lot different now. It's all silky. Is he on hormones? I'm projecting. Hassan, I don't care if you're a himbo or a bimbo, you're hot as fuck.
Where like the insertion is shown.
Like, doesn't his hair look all smooth and silky? I think maybe Pokemon had something to do with this.
Like a fucking thing. Who the?
Like, he got some hair treatment. Look at that. Or maybe you just got a hairbrush.
And being on the.
Who amongst us is
Sorry,
not?
who asked? Wait, but also, how are you admitting that? But you're saying it's too weird.
No, Overwatch. No. I've like Overwatch porn was like more acceptable, I think, than hentai.
Luscious locks of hair. You tried to spell that correctly. You tried. It's okay. It's a hard word. Actually, am I right? Oh, shit. Luscious. Let's see what happens. Let's check this out. Don't want to spill that. Okay, this should not be on YouTube.
Now, this is a good one. I levy criticism so poignant and valid that it caused the streamer to leave the room instead of simply apologizing and rectifying the mistake. Then the mod follows suit and chickens out. This is the first ban appeal stream that we've
Socrates!
ever done. Socrates is joining me. I'm not going to do a lot of ban appeals. I'll unban him.
Somebody posting something about this specific guy in like one of the crossband channels though, so. Oh!
Look at that.
Yeah, let's pull that on him.
Yeah.
We got it. We got him, boys. It's just the spider slaps.
Man, you don't even make an effort to help non-parents see the video. How lazy are you? If you do watch.
So there are basically two different types and ended the season in Diamond 4, with the wave other than to last and gold addicted top laner I have ever watched, which does make sense because he is playing a dragon. Out DPS Shyvana. Rizonal mid build. This is a high risk, high reward playstyle, so give it a
You're not Espen.
It's like the fat guy, right?
No, we saw it.
Wait, what?
Don't
No,
say that.
wait,
He's
why?
nice. He's nice. We like him.
Espen?
I like Espen. I think Espen's
Wait,
a
I'm
cool
not
guy.
saying it as an
Never
insult.
met him.
I'm saying like that's his like the main quality, right? How you would choose him.
The main quality?
I don't know.
Espen is an endearing, kind soul.
Well, I don't know that.
Good at video games, funny entertainer,
Well, I don't know that.
adult-like figure, cares about the people around him, okay? Good on the shows that he's on.
Stop, dude. You're
Wait,
so
what?
dumb.
Wait,
You're
no.
so dumb. Just stop talking.
Wait, what? I'm not saying it's bad, dude. I was fat. Whatever. Like if it's bad, it's whatever. You need that trash can?
I don't endorse.
God damn it. How come my dermatology team still has my dead name on file? They're calling me by, and this is the second time somebody, like, my insurance already changed it over, and they still don't. I think that was just like the texting system, so I mean, they don't have, that was like a system they already put it into. Oh, another top kick. Let's go.
Yo! Yeah, what's good?
Yo!
Not much. What's good with you, baby?
Just gaming, you know? Gaming it up. What's good?
I know you are gaming, and I don't want to interrupt.
Cool. Cool. All right.
I honestly wish that I could get, like, animal crackers just, like, from a donation.
Yeah, I don't know why so many people thought you would get banned just for saying the word cracker. Like...
Oh, yeah! It's because you can get them for the apocalypse because they'll never be stale.
Oh, yes!
What the?
Sammy, I have a non-functioning leg. Both my legs need surgery. You don't understand that? I'm not motivated. It's embarrassing, motherfucker.
You have a non-functioning brain and dialect. Here you are talking to us for 12 hours a day.
Sammy,
It's
Sammy,
fine. You can
Sammy.
make it work.
Sammy. Jesus.
I don't. It's kind of. This is like a Missouri type place. I feel like we're right outside Tyler One's house. There's his car right there.
Yes.
There's his car.
Have you ever heard of a
Type place. I feel like we're right outside Tyler One's house. There's his car right there.
yes? Have you ever heard of a cloud goblin?
No, but I have heard of a Mizkif.
People say cloud goblin. I say clout goblin. My definition of cloud or clout goblin is somebody who like performatively says like things just to like outrage people and grift, just so that they can get more clout. And the thing is like that's not sustainable clout. You're just like being an asshole, and people are gonna pick up on it. If you're like a clout goblin, you're like saying performatively outrageous things. That to me, that's a clout goblin.
House. There's his car right there.
Yes. Have you ever heard of a clout goblin?
And you know what's funny is I thought I was the only one who said that. Do all these streamers know who I am? Do they secretly watch me? Do all these streamers actually secretly watch me? And they're like, she's pretty cool, but like she has bad optics. We don't want to fuck over our career. Well, guys, yeah, you guys can talk to me, okay? You don't have to like hide behind anonymous user accounts. Because that's what's happening. It's not the more likely scenario where just people don't know I exist.
No, but I have heard of a Mizkif.
Wait, who came up with who first said clout goblin? clout goblin. The goblin. Genus who focus solely on acquiring clout or notoriety instead of the typical goblin resources like gold or jewels. Unlike standard goblins, clout goblins have the ability to seamlessly assimilate into modern society and prey upon those with a surplus of clout. A clout goblin will continue to move throughout various scenes and social groups once clout levels have been depleted or once they've been discovered by the host of the host's microcosm. What the fuck? Hey, let's hang out later. We can take pictures with each other in your new Range Rover and post them on Insta. No, because you're a clout goblin. Potash? Making soap? A statement or exclamation meaning awesome or cool. What the fuck? Nobody actually says these things. I'm so awkward. That was the first play of their game. That was crazy. That was so random.
I was your Lux last game, can confirm that you are worse than Moon.
Dude, shut the fuck up. You're also dog shit and trash. Unless you were that Lux that beat me. That was... Then you're just you probably went back to the fucking VOD and jacked off because you got to shit on people that never played before in front of people and you felt cool for once in your life because you go to school and you get shoved in lockers because you're a loser and your real life personality doesn't get you fucking anywhere. All right, so you go to League of Legends and you make Smurf accounts and you beat up on people that haven't played to elevate your already deflated fucking ego.
True, and it's like when people who are like, go to draft before you play ranked. That's I've been talking about the past couple of days. Like, people are gonna, like, criticize you of playing, and it's like, what the fuck? We know that, like, he's, like, Soda's just, like, so freaking on that, like... So many people they like use like what they do online or like their video game play or whatever. They put so much energy into that so that they can shit on other people. And it's like, dude, like, work on yourself, you know? Why do you need external validation, and why do you need to shit on other people just to feel that validation? It's one thing to want external validation. If you want external validation, at least just, like, you know, become a famous streamer or something. Yeah, because that's easy. You know, like, the good kind of, you know, maybe not good, but, like, the more neutral to good kind of, ego. You know, if you don't have an ego because, oh, I'm better at a game than you, you suck. Like, okay, you spent like a whole year in draft before you even went to ranked. And then you go into ranked and you start like blasting everyone out of the water. You're like level 15, everyone else is level 4. And like, and you're like, oh, you're trash, I'm better than you. And it's like, because you practiced on draft and then you went to ranked and just destroyed iron. Although I don't think they place you into... I think they place you based on MMR at the beginning. I'm not sure.
You're a trash human. Give up.
Okay, you can ask me the question while you're sitting down.
No, it's really important. Is this an American school? Because I don't know if I need this or not.
Jojo, jeez. Yeah, it's just fucked up though. I mean, it's a joke, but like the reason why the joke exists is not a joke. Like, so many fucking school shootings in this country, and yet people just claim, oh, it's mental illness. Like, why do you think there's mental illness, buddy? To the point where people feel like they can't do anything except violence. because they have no control over anything, and they get so and mental health is so frowned. Like anybody seeking help for mental health is seen as inferior or like they're crazy or anything like that. And then it gets to the point where these people actually do crazy things, like bring guns to places and shoot people, and it's like, what the fuck? Like how come it's so commonplace that we just make jokes about it? Like, that's fucked up. I mean, obviously it's funny as fuck.
Everyone just
kind of cringe, but still funny.
His bingo thing, and it's almost like we made it too.
No, what? Ray hiccups. I don't hiccup that much.
Huh?
What?
Wait, what's wrong with copying your bingo thing?
Yeah, why can't we copy
That's
your
for
bingo?
me. I'm playing my own game. How do you guys know about my
All
bingo
right.
thing?
Look, Toast, just check it off. What's wrong with using someone else's content for your own sometimes?
My calculations are correct. You must be a virgin, right? I meant Virgo. Sorry, I know Virgos are very sensitive. I hope I didn't hurt your feelings.
Well, I'm not.
Honestly,
so,
it's none of my
sorry.
business what you do in your free time.
Hey. Oh, what's up? No, I'm not a virgin, actually.
Yeah, Max.
Germa.
Oh my god. Dude, that's so stupid.
You love
Yeah, dude. He's also like my favorite voice actor. He's pretty
He
cool.
is really cool
I think
character.
things that don't show their face, like, are so fucking cringy.
Yeah, like Dream.
You guys are talking about VTubers. No, I mean, it's one thing, like, I think a lot of people, first of all, not everybody wants to be a famous streamer, but they also like, you know, streaming, which is kind of ironic. But like, you know, they want to do VTubing or whatever, because maybe they just, I don't know, they're not comfortable with showing their face and stuff like that. There was an article, I guess a couple months that was trending, like maybe 1 or 2 months ago, that was trending on Twitter about how like VTubing has helped out a ton of trans people feel safe, or at least safer, to you know, or not really safe, just it made them feel like, it helped them feel like they're allowed to be themselves. And like VTubing really helped them. And you know, obviously I do think it's kind of weird, like, why stream if you're not going to show your face? Honestly, like, there's so many freaking people out there. You need to set yourself apart. But not everybody wants to be like a content creator. Some people just like streaming because they play games and they have a few friends that they want to play with and stuff.
Fun fact.
Yep.
I have 500 Fortnite wins.
Yeah, they blame, not everyone. It's just like the conservatives. They bring up all this attention. They keep making excuses. Yeah, kids felt like nobody listened to them or cared about them, and they had no control over their life. The education system and society as a whole, I argue that it's deliberately set up in a way to drive people crazy and get them to commit mass murder. Yeah, because then it's like they want to punish people. They're like, see, look at this person, That's an example of why we shouldn't allow people to be trans. Like, what the fuck? they like try to see, like, they don't see like the cause and effect. They just see the symptom of the problem. It's a conservative problem, not necessarily a Republican problem, but it usually is a Republican problem. It's like they only see like what they see. They don't see the stuff that led up to it, and it's frustrating as fuck. And you know, it's like, even like my dad is like that. He's all like, oh, she's crazy. She's been, like, one time he was like, oh, she was locked up. It's like, I wasn't locked up. I had a mental health crisis and I was hospitalized. Doesn't mean I'm like broken or insane. My dad, to this day, if I'm having like an issue, he doesn't recognize that like he pushed me there, and he doesn't realize like, oh, well, I'm calm. I'm speaking calmly. But like, he's saying things that are like making me like extremely upset, and he knows. And I would say that, like, I mean, he doesn't do this anymore as much, only when he's like super over drunk. But it's just this thing, like, he leads me to a breaking point and then points at the breaking point and says, see, she's crazy. Take her away. And also, I feel like it's abusive too. I'm actually autistic. And so for anybody to come up to me and like attack me for having an autistic meltdown, like, I feel like that's actually like abuse. like actual abuse. Like, you know, it's against the law. Yeah, it doesn't really happen so much anymore, but it does. And I'm just I feel so gaslit. I feel so exhausted that anytime I have an issue, I'm painted out as, you know, the one who's wrong, as the bad guy or whatever. I know people say bad guy is gender neutral. It's sometimes saying stuff like that's hard to say for me. I'm trying to get over it because language is language, and I also feel very comfortable about myself and my gender. In fact, I don't even feel like I have to present as female as much, which is funny because, like, not funny, but like it's just kind of interesting. My definition of my own gender is like not based on what clothes I wear, and I feel like a lot of people out there feel the same way. Not just trans people, but it's just like, you know, like I'm just wearing my pajamas. Okay, I'm still a chick. Like Pokimane wears like guys' clothes. If she says that she's female, then she's still female. Like, she could wear like, you know, not so, you know, like women can wear like not so, like, you know, like not so like more like covered up stuff. You know, it's not about what you wear. Like, it's an identity, and I'm getting to a good place. I'm gonna feel so much better after I get my surgeries, but I'm in such a better place than I used to be, where I thought that I had to be a certain way just to be considered female, and yeah, of course, there's going to be people who just like saying, oh, you know, you're not trying hard. Like, why do you, you know, there's people like Blair White, toxic as fuck, who says like, oh, you know, you're not really trans unless you look like a Barbie doll, you know, like basically is what she says. She's like, oh, you know, the reason people are misgendering you is because you're not even trying. You got to wear makeup and have a boob job, and you have to like look a certain way and act a certain way. It's like, fuck. God damn it, Blair White. Like, you're hot as fuck, but damn, you're fucking stupid. Jesus fucking Christ. And how can you be trans and be a Republican? It's absolutely insane. How could you vote for Trump? The person who because her arguments are like, oh, you know, we're trans and we should be accepted, but we should be separate from women. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, lady? Jesus fucking Christ. And all of Blair White's arguments are like, oh, well, I'm the good trans. All the other ones are weirdos, you know, freaks. It's like, God damn it. Do you not understand how, like, equality works? Like, there is no, or how gender works? Like, it is literally not something you can see. It's literally only an internal feeling that people have. And sometimes people change their bodies to make their own internal feelings better. And my internal feelings have been getting better and better. And I feel more and more confident, you know, or it doesn't matter. Like, you know, even my genitalia, like, yeah, I wish it was a different way. And I'm changing that this year. Really hoping, fingers crossed, that it doesn't get delayed. Okay. I really want like July at the earliest, at the like, you know, like just please July or August, whatever. Okay, please do not delay this further. Okay. You know, but, you know, it does upset me, but like, it's not like, you know, some women have penises, okay? And there's a difference. There's a very big difference because it's a penis attached to a woman, okay? So like, I feel like I don't have to, like, the only reason I don't really tuck. I kind of just like keep it firmly in place so that it just, you know, it's hidden. But I don't like aggressively tuck because I honestly, the reason I need a V is instead of a P is because of internal feelings, not because of the need for external validation. And obviously this isn't just true to trans people, but because so many people seek external validation. And I know it's like, people say, oh, you know, that's just what people say. And it's cliche, but it's true. External validation will never be enough. Because there's always going to be someone who doesn't accept you. And so you have to accept yourself. And I know it sounds like one of those cliche cop-out things, but it's really true. It's really true. Especially if you know, exploring your gender identity. Like, the only thing that's real is what you define as real. And,
as well.
Oh, you want to hear a fun fact? I have over 1,000 Fortnite wins.
Still hearing virgin.
Alright, then pull a fast one. Pulling a fast one.
A lot.
Really?
Yeah, she says my YouTube thumbnails are a disgrace.
Ooh.
And I'm like, what about your daughter? And she's like,
Boy, I need to go to
Wow.
a fucking gunsmith. I do.
You know what's kind of ridiculous is how much people shame people who do sex work and stuff like that. It's like people see it as like, oh, you know, she's down on her luck, or you know, she's like, you know, it's like, what the fuck? Like, why can't people be proud of their body and proud of their sexuality and express it the way they want to? Why can't people do it because they want to? And like, you know, like why is it considered this shameful thing that like, oh, it's embarrassing, you're an embarrassment to the family? Well, if I'm an embarrassment to the family, then fuck that family. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yes, you Shut the fuck up, you Mickey Mouse sounding mother.
Whoa, what the fuck? He almost said something.
Fucker.
Mickey Mouse, what did you fucking pervert?
You shut the fuck up, you transgender sounding little bitch.
What the fuck, dude?
Ass motherfuckers. Get the fuck out of here. Both you guys are annoying as fuck.
I bet you're fucking transgender too.
What the fuck?
Shut the fuck up, you little Mickey Mouse bitch. Shut the fuck up, you little Mickey Mouse bitch. Go suck Goofy's dick like you always do, you
Fuck, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
fucking
My God. Well.
Yeah, it's like those people are gonna get banned, okay?
この朝は何をしましたか? Hello? Hello? 英語が話せますか? You don't speak English?
I guess not.
Yeah, don't harass strangers in public, especially in Japan. Very private, very private culture. It's extremely rude. I'd like to say some strange, dodgy language in Red Dead. Yeah, it's fucking cringe. Calling somebody you sound like a transgender ass is so fucked up, dude. It wasn't the streamer, it was like the person he was playing with, but like, you know, that person should really like choose who they put on their stream better, you know?
Goodbye.
What the fuck?
I don't want to. I actually already played it and I got it.
We haven't played anything. You just sat here. What? This is your content? Okay, whatever.
So it happens. I mean, did they really need to work too hard for content where they're at? I mean, it's like personality streamers. Nobody cares about gameplay anymore. I don't think people, I don't know. It's like gameplay is like so like 2014 or whatever.
Yeah. Anyways, this is a burn kitchen stream. So, today we are going to burn kitchen. How to say it?
We're gonna burn the kitchen. Oh my goodness.
I mean, yeah.
That's an interesting shirt.
I want to make something today. Why? Because my mom just visited me recently and she thinks that I should learn some useful life technique. I mean, even though she is pretty useless herself, but...
Hey, me.
Burn.
Sue. Can you come here real quick?
Yeah.
Do you like my eggplant?
No, it's too small.
You guys saw the Krispy Kremes? Whoa.
What?
You guys saw the Krispy Kremes? Whoa.
What the fuck?
Whoa. What? What?
What the fuck just happened?
Waifu Hunter. Did you guys see that? Creams? Whoa.
What the fuck? Was he trying to accidentally grab her tit? Like, accidentally? Fucking piece.
Whoa.
What the fuck was that?
Whoa.
What the fuck just happened?
What? What? Waifu Hunter. Did you guys see that?
Okay, this is Amaranth, right? Amaranth is like sex sells. Okay, I got a fat ass. Alright? Pokey's more like, oh my god, I dropped my pencil. Let me pick it up. Okay, and then Candy's like, chat, look what I made. I made a really healthy meal. Do you guys see it?
Like, at least next one. At least next one. At least make it challenging. Like, yo, we're gonna give you at least $1,000 to eat.
But you know what's funny is, like, you'll notice that there's different archetypes for streamers. There's like the you know, the e-girl streamer, but but males have it too. Like Slicker is like outraged, like kind of like performative anger. And then you get like Mizkif, who's just hella funny and cringe sometimes. And then you get like, I don't know, you get the streamer who's just like all about the gameplay and like constantly talking about the meta and stuff. And so it's like a lot of it is just like, obviously it's gendered when, sometimes because it's considered like less less something. I mean, it's just like because people associate women online with like sex work, but it's just like maybe these men should be a little bit more confident and give it a try. Because you'll constantly hear men say like, "Oh, nobody watches me for my looks," and it's like, that's because you're not really trying to do that. Like, you're trying to do something else. And you could say that like your sense of humor or whatever, the stuff that you use is like your version of e-girl. Like, people like Mizkif, he's hella funny. And it's like, oh, he's like, if you're a guy, you have to be funny. It's like, no, that's just what you picked. And you could have been a sexy himbo, but you are. But, but it's like you got to accept your own beauty, okay? Like, external validation will not do it.
The fuck is an award, bro?
Well, I'm usually bringing on bigger streamers that don't really care about that. So I was just trying to do the community a favor by bringing you on.
So let's dev oversight between players. Yeah, I think so. I think it's definitely an issue in many cases.
Hey, Stocky.
Definitely an issue. Dev oversight between players. Yeah, I think so.
Bringing you on.
So let's dev oversight between players. Yeah, I think so. I think it's definitely an issue in many cases.
Hey.
Not sure what that was about.
Stop.
Wait. What happened in the game? Is there something that happened in the game? It didn't say. Yeah, but who asked though? I just saw the text. It says, yeah, but who asked though? That's just silly.
Hey Stocky.
What's up?
Nice mustache.
Thanks, buddy.
Can you whiteboard why you haven't gotten the COVID booster?
No, I'm not going to talk about my personal.
In a heavy southern accent.
No, in a heavy southern accent. Why you want it in a southern heavy accent now, boy? Now come on, now, y'all.
When is your affiliate code for ivermectin coming?
Oh my!
Ivermectin. Yeah, I mean, definitely a stream sniper. I mean, they all know freaking Asmon is like MMO streamer, okay? And in MMO, that means like anybody can show up in the server. It's actually considered harassment to like, you know, constantly follow around. And in Final Fantasy 14, people will get banned for following around like streamers or for anybody actually. Really like Square Enix and how like they seem very indiscriminate about their policy. Like they'll help a random nobody who's just a random player of the game, and they'll also help like Asmon, you know. For a second, I thought that was Milena. Because of the hair color, I think. Wait, who is this?
I still finish it.
Oh, Valeria? I don't think... Oop.
My mom did not raise a bitch. She raised a whore, but not a bitch.
Well, I'm a whore.
How do you play a game this old and shitty looking? Well, it's modded look way better. And sometimes something that's old is still fun.
Yeah, exactly. People still play chess. It's like 1,000 years old.
Like your mother.
Yeah, no. Okay, are we done React? Are we done React, Andy? Are we done? Are we done? Are we done React, Andy? Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh shit! I want to see Brent's.
I hear that voice every day. I have to tell you a story. It has to come, you know, kind of organically, and sometimes it's in my throat, and sometimes it's not. I don't know. We'll find out. But what am I going to tell you? Well, when we first started doing the show, I hope you're not recording this because he may see it one day. Okay. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. And anyway.
Yeah, because, you know, at cons, you know, nobody secretly films it. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. They're all fans, okay? Even the stars of the shows and stuff, like, they're fans themselves. They understand it's about the community, you know, the Trekkies, you know, and all that kind of stuff. I love Star Trek universe. Oh my god. I'm rewatching TNG and DS9, but I'm watching them in order of like the order. So it's like I'll watch TNG and then I'll watch DS9, and then like I'm finishing up DS9 because there was a period of time where the episodes didn't air. Like the final episode didn't air until DS9 was over. Like there was a period of time where they didn't show TNG until the season finale on season 6. And so I'm watching them like in order the way they were released. Although I'm watching on Netflix, which does it in production order. But I mean that was only one episode that was flipped. The second and third episode were flipped in the air date versus the production date. But like I'm rewatching it, and when I get to Voyager, I'm gonna add that in. And TNG is only one season left, so that'll be over. And DS9 and Voyager, I'll be watching at the same time, like the same way I was with TNG and DS9. And then when that's over, you know, obviously from then, you know, it's just like Enterprise. That was like later, you know. That was like in the early 2000s. I remember when Enterprise came out, and I was like, it was hard to watch, but then later I watched it, and I'm like after watching TNG and DS9 and Voyager, again as an adult, all in a row, it's like it makes more sense. Star Trek doesn't really make sense out of context. You kind of have to watch it from the beginning all the way through to the end because it has like an overarching, even though like TNG usually has like a monster of the week or whatever, every week is like a new mission or whatever. There's still overarching character development and overarching plot lines as well. So it's like you kind of have to see it as like the whole picture. You can't just watch one episode. Because I remember when I was a kid, I always thought Star Trek was boring because I was like, didn't know what they were talking about, or I was just like, it's just people saying like warp field and stuff like that. I'm like, it doesn't, that's like, that's only part of it. It's like the huge character arcs and stuff.
First season we did the show, Patrick was a very important actor from the Royal Shakespeare Company in London, and he'd been with them for a number of years and was a major player along with Ian McKellen and Ian Holm and all sorts of Ians. And we were a very rowdy group on Star Trek, particularly Jonathan Frakes. Your namesake.
My namesake.
Seriously, very loud human being, Jonathan. And amazingly wonderful guy, but loud and raucous, and we all were. We were like just wild because we were working 16 hours a day on that show. I imagine you did about the same on Buffy, right?
12 hours was minimum, and by Friday it was...
Until 3 or 4.
It was daylight.
Yeah,
when we went home.
exactly. And we were always on a sound stage. We were never outside, so it was oppressive in its wonderfulness. It really was. It was a great job. We all loved being there. But after that, you gotta calm down. And Patrick looked at everybody and said, "This is appalling."
That was good. That was good.
I am appalled. I have never, at the Royal Shakespeare Company, we are so much more restrained. We're professionals, and you people have embarrassed me. And
Kid Cadet? Oh, so it's like a wrestling thing? What is SuperCon? Favorite celebrities, unique exhibitors, incredible comic creators, anime voice actors, gaming, wrestling. Well, geez. But I have to go to Florida. In order, like, nobody wants to be in Florida, especially during COVID. Jeez. Yeah, something you do not want to go to during COVID, okay? It's something... This is not something you want to be at during COVID. But it's, obviously in a non-COVID society, this would be super fun. Yeah, it's all basically all the nerdy stuff. So they had Brent Spiner, of course, because he's known from... Yeah, because of course he's known for his, character in Night Court. Not for Lieutenant Commander Data. That's of course what he's known for. He's also known for Night Court, actually. A show that it was like, before my time. My grandma used to watch that show every night. Let's see. Are we done? Conjugate? I've never even kissed a girl. I think it meant like procreate or conjugal visit. These streamers were too horny. Oh shit, Rich Campbell's homeless? I was homeless for a time.
Esports hosts have...
On stream is
Probably not stuff that you would always want to have somebody who's representing your game say.
But instead of wallowing in his own self-pity, he found a new direction, and more importantly, a new inspiration.
Make like a tree. Oh my god!
Esports
really curious
hosts have...
Hello? Hello?
That's not a bad thing, mind you. It makes sense to want to set a consistent professional tone, because when it comes to show business, not everything can be controlled.
They were getting passive. They were giving up a lot of front of the site room off A main. Oh, okay. Well,
What the fuck?
I don't know what is going on.
How's the audio?
I hope you've enjoyed your dream hack.
But it also makes sense to want to try something new. Something stylish. Something dangerous. And building, hosting, and streaming... One thing dangerous. Something stylish. Something dangerous. And building, hosting, and streaming careers on those two principles is
Wait.
But it also makes sense to want to try something new. Something...
Is that him? No. I was like, that's a woman.
Something stylish. Something...
Is that Rich? I don't...
dangerous. And building, hosting, and streaming careers on...
That definitely looks like Rich.
Those two principles is exactly what Rich Campbell did. He leaned into the memes and spoke his mind. No matter...
Wait. Just for a second. I don't think that was... I don't know why they showed that person. Was that actually him in drag, or was that somebody else? I don't know why they showed that woman. I don't know, drag's crazy. It's interesting because like a lot of people associate drag like, I mean, I know people who are in it, like, you know, people who are like in the drag, like, you know, enthusiasts and drag community, they understand. But I'm talking about like most people consider being trans the same as drag, and it's kind of ridiculous because drag is, first of all, it's a performance. But even besides that, even if you just are in drag, it has nothing to do with your gender. It's just the way you present yourself. And it's just so frustrating how people consider, like, people basically just think that being transgender is the same as drag. I don't think anybody who really knows what they're talking about thinks that, but, you know.
I like how this video came out. Is probably right when I took a giant break from streaming. Do you think that I didn't interview or anything for this? I wonder how accurate it actually is.
Where exactly did Rich Campbell come from a gig that meant a lot to him?
Category number 1. Down, I go outside.
However, it's those same chaotic impulses that made Rich so interesting in the first place that eventually got him fired from a gig that meant a lot to him.
Some of the stuff I say on stream is probably not stuff that you would always want to have somebody who's representing your game say.
But instead of wallowing in his own self-pity, he found a new...
Wait, what the fuck? I think is that clickbait? Rich W. Campbell, homeless. Used to be homeless.
Here's my story. My name's Rich. I grew up in Here's my story. My name's Rich. I grew up in Atlantic City. It stunk. My mom...
Oh, hey, C. Buckthorn, thank you so much. It is my birthday. It's my birthday. 34 years young. Oh, no, wait, no, I'm 24.
Mom let me play a lot of video games because she didn't want me to go outside because it sucked out there. I went to college to be a doctor.
And then in the middle of college, I ended up homeless. It's a long story. When I got back into school, I said, you know what? I would really like to get more involved with video games again. So I started studying computer science, creative writing. It was a whole thing when I actually got back into school. I learned a lot about making games.
Fucking picture. That's fucking like funny and silly. What the fuck?
And I thought that was what I was gonna do. I was working for a place called Instacart, and I would shop for groceries, and it was going really well. I actually loved working for Instacart because I was working for Instacart when it first came out. The whole thing with Instacart when it first...
Yeah, sadly I can't work a job, but SSI should be here soon. Should be.
First came out was they gamified the entire system.
Cause I had the hearing on January 6th, an ominous day. But nonetheless, that was when my hearing. It was a 40-minute phone call, and it went as well as I think it could have. My lawyer got. It's really my doctor and my lawyer that. Well, my whole team really, but like especially my doctor and my lawyer, who really like went through the DSM-5 with like a fine-tooth comb, and every single instance like that connects it with me. And I think it's just a matter of I think it's only a matter of just like they have to go through the formalities and all that, but it's just so frustrating. It can take up to 3 months. And I need that money to start saving up so I can move out and get my life started. Especially like during a time like I might need to get like hotel stays while I go through recovery from my important surgeries. And like I need to be able. I don't feel good like asking people. I would like to financially compensate people for taking care of me while I'm in recovery. It's so critical that I recover. And yes, but I mean, every time I get a little bit of PTSD anytime somebody mentions that they worked like a job. I know that like obviously streamers, like the bigger streamers, more successful streamers. This was in 2020. He only had 4,000 sub goals. I mean, that's still pretty fucking good. And that's for Twitch alone. That's not even considering sponsors or anything.
Like, they gamified the entire thing. So,
and I understand, like, obviously, I think I relate more to streamers than I do to real people. I mean, to regular people. Because streamers don't have a traditional job. And I feel like they understand those of us who can't work. And a lot of them actually were able to make it as streamers eventually through a lot of hard work and luck and doing a bunch of random things that somehow worked for them. And it's a lot of work and a lot of effort that they did. So it's like I have a lot of respect for successful streamers, but I feel like they can understand. I feel like they understand me, especially if they also have mental illness issues. So a lot of them could work, but they don't because they have millions of dollars or whatever. But like they'd rather just do streaming because that's making them money. Why would that is their job? But like working a traditional job, like doing talking about Instacart and all that kind of stuff, like it brings back some. It makes me feel personally attacked sometimes, even though I obviously it's not. It's just it activates PTSD. Whenever anybody mentions some kind of regular job, it's just like it reminds me that I can't do it.
You basically were shopping for people's groceries, but it was just like this cool, chill game. I figured out how to play the game. Instacart, when it first came out, everybody was making bank. Dude, I was making super bank. Yeah, I was making like $40 an hour, $41 an hour. Like, it was wild. Like, imagine, I went from homeless to making that much money an hour.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. I tried doing something like that. It didn't really work out that way. I did DoorDash, and it's so much work, and you have to drive the whole time. You're spending gas, and not only that, but you have to be driving your car, which wears down your car. But also, you risk so much stuff. Like, what if you get in a car accident, and like all that kind of stuff. Like, or what if a tire goes out? So you're driving around all day, and you barely even cover gas, and it's like I couldn't do it. I just can't work that way. If I have to go big or go home, and I can't go home because I don't want to just be a disabled person collecting SSI for the rest of my life. I actually want to build something for myself. So I'm going to go big or go home, and I'm going big. I'm not aiming for just a minimum wage job. I'm aiming for like Obviously not top streamer, but I mean, obviously I'm going to aim for it. And, you know, if you aim far, you might not get to where you're aiming at, but you're at least getting somewhere along the line. Like you're aiming that direction. And I feel like a lot of people just kind of don't have enough confidence in themselves, and they also don't have the patience. And I understand why. But like, I feel like people like settle. They're like, oh, you know, I can't be a famous YouTuber or whatever, but, you know, I think maybe I can, you know, get a few followers. Like, no, you should act like you deserve millions of followers. Like, you know, otherwise you're like, why would you even do it if you don't expect people to, like, you should expect, I mean, obviously you shouldn't like expect it to happen, but like your attitude should be that like you deserve it. Like you just like of course millions of people are gonna follow me. I'm awesome. Like so it's like I understand most people are able to work a job, but it's like I can't. And so content creation is something that if I can make it work in the way that works for me, I can be really happy because if I can just, you know, make YouTube, and obviously I'm not going to be as successful as those who put a lot more effort into it. And I do put some effort when I am able to. Right now I'm doing low effort. You know, I'm just hanging out, streaming, reacting, League of Legends, you know, like I'm just doing chill streams lately because I have a lot of stuff in my real life. But what I think like a lot of people start doing is they start doing content creation. They're like, oh, you know, I'm just messing around. You know, I'm just doing this. I don't expect anything to happen. And, you know, if you don't expect anything to happen, you're not going to work towards it. And I think you have to have a strong work ethic, and you have to be able to say like, hey, my content sucks. And it's not and not use it as an excuse. Oh, well, you know, it's okay that it sucks. And it's like, no, I need to make better content because, you know, people, I need to be, entertaining, and you know I deserve to have an audience and like stuff like that, and that's my mindset is like I'm going big or going home, because I either do something or I don't. I don't like having middle, like on the fence stuff. I do my stream because I know that I'm aiming towards something that's bigger, and obviously there's going to be people who aren't autistic or who don't have all kind of limitations I have, who are able to put in way more hours and way more effort, and they're going to be like, you know, they're going to make much more money than me. But I feel like I can, you know, I can make something work for me. And who knows, maybe I can become one of the top earners. It's possible, you know. Probably, you know, obviously most likely I'll you know, over time I can, you know, get this. I already have some income. And it's 100% money that I earned, which not many people can say. It might not be much, but it's 100% earned. Like maybe $20 to $40 a month, but that can scale as I improve my content and improve my reach, and so maybe I can make something work out really fucking well. But you know, worst case scenario, I can just make content as I can and just have it like, you know, front loaded and schedule posts like on YouTube and stuff and other websites where I actually am making money. And yeah, like I won't be making as much money, but I feel like you get to a certain point where it's like, okay, well, I can at least do what I can. And obviously I'm getting better at doing stuff too. You know, the more I do something, the better I get at it. And the problem with like a traditional job is if you can't do it, you don't get future opportunities to do it. I mean, stuff like Instacart, you can do like on demand, but if you actually want to make money, you still have to like show up and do it. Whereas with like YouTube and like OnlyFans and stuff, people are going to buy stuff even if you're not actively there. Obviously the more you're there, the more success you have, the more money you make. But like, I'll be able to work that around my mental illness and my autism and stuff. And I feel like a lot of people who suffer from like depression or anxiety or who have ADHD or autism kind of thrive in the content creation world. I mean, if you look at a lot of famous people throughout history, they're all a bit different than the rest of people. They know that they deserve the fame that they get. They don't go into it like they don't go into it, I believe, with the attitude that they can get lucky. They go into it because they know that they deserve it. That's my thought. That's my opinion on it. So it's like, like, you know, like people like who are super famous, like Robin Williams, like he went to acting school, and it's like he knew that he was going to be big, I'm pretty sure. Like you have to know, even if it's not true right now, you know where you're heading. And I know that I have like a 5-year plan for my online business. And, you know, it's like there's a lot that can go on during that time. And then I can reassess whether or not I want to quit. Because if I can get a bunch of money, then I might not need to do it anymore. But the cool thing about content creation is you can still do it in the way that works for you, no matter what your life situation is. So it's like, why retire? I feel like the best jobs in the world are the ones that you don't want to retire from. You know, like you don't have to retire from content creation. You just change what, you know, your content can change. The way your frequency of posting can change. Like the you know, all that kind of stuff can happen. You might become more or less relevant, but there's always going to be, you know, a certain point you're going to have like 1,000 true fans, and maybe even more. So it's like you go for that. Go for the 1,000 true fans, because there's gonna, you know, if you have to like go an extra mile to be someone different than who you are, then it's like that's not sustainable, because like you have to be able to do something that works for you. And that's what I'm attempting. I'm trying to find something that works for me. Do you have any creative hobbies that you can want to stream, such as painting? I've always wanted to learn how to draw better. For a while I wanted to be like for a job I wanted to be like a concept artist. I'm not good enough. I can't, like I said, I can't do anything that requires strict deadlines. And it's really hard because obviously I can practice. Playing stuff like League of Legends is actually extremely good practice, because you have to, because you're a team. It's not just a 1v1 game. I can't just resign. If I leave, I can actually get banned. Or at least, you know, my account restricted or whatever temporarily. But like, when you go into a game of League of Legends, it's a 5v5 game. If you leave, your team loses. And so it's really good practice, because those games can last like 30 to 40 minutes or longer sometimes. And so it's like, it's a good practice for me to play League of Legends and stuff like that. Because with chess, I could always just resign the game. And like if I need to stop. And obviously like with my stream, I could always just turn off my stream. Like if, you know, obviously if I'm like under contract, I would need to make sure that I would be able to fulfill the contract. At the same time though, those are usually, those are probably not as common. You know, I don't have to take every single one of them, and I could space it out if I ever got to a point like that. But you know, the thing about, you know, YouTube and OnlyFans and stuff like that is that you can do it on your own schedule. Obviously, you're going to be more successful if you're really on it and you have like a very consistent schedule and you just keep getting better at the content and all that, which I'm slowly trying to do in my own way. But the cool thing about it is you're not tied to any like commitment. You just post it. And once you post it, it's there. And like people will watch it or buy it. And I think that's really cool, because if I can make that work for me, I'll be set for life, as far as like being able to work. Because like, you know, the sad part is like barely anybody makes it in these kind of realms. I do have creative hobbies. I don't really consider them hobbies though, because I've been a musician my whole life. It just feels like a part of who I am. However, since I started transitioning and just going through therapy, and the only thing I've really been able to do is just show up and stream sometimes and just, you know, whine and complain on Twitter and Discord. But I do a lot of things, but it's really hard for me to get motivated. Lately, it's just even hard to get out of bed. Depression and just like 2.5 years worth of struggling with mental illness, like trying to get myself to a better place with my mental illness and my autism stuff. And being transgender is a real fucking drain. I love that I'm able to like change my body and my inner hormone balance to feel better and feel like myself. But I hate how difficult it is, because being trans is hard enough without the social problem, because there is a social problem where it's like being trans kind of like, it kind of fucks you over socially. I mean, it depends. Most of the time it doesn't matter, I don't think. But it still does. Like people notice, especially if they know you're trans, or if you're, they clock you. If they can see you and they're like, oh, that's a trans woman. Like I feel like that sometimes. Although a lot of people I meet, I don't know if they're being nice or not, but some people are like, I wouldn't know you're trans unless you told me. And I'm like, okay, like I'm just some chick, and I am. You can pick up music. Yeah, I want to play music again. I miss it. I miss feeling like I was doing something that I cared about. But now when I do it, it feels like it's just worthless. And I hate that feeling, but I don't know how to get out of it. And all I know is like I need to finish these trials and tribulations that I'm having in my life. I need to finish my surgeries that are happening this year. I need to find a balance, work-life balance. I need to be in a place where I'm not basically homeless, like I guess Rich is talking about in this video. Like I need to feel like I can actually start living my life, and hopefully I can get back into playing my instruments. I play flute, clarinet, and saxophones, mainly tenor saxophone. But lately, the past couple of years, I've been playing less tenor. I got my tenor repaired, but honestly, it's really difficult for me to just pull out and play the tenor unless I'm with. Usually, when I play like with groups, like when I play with other people, like when I was in college. Tenor was like my favorite instrument to play with people because it's just I felt super comfortable with it. It's got an interesting range. It's got a lot of power to it, and it's like I feel like I can play with the rhythm section. Whereas like I'm playing a flute or a clarinet, it kind of feels more like softer, and like I don't really feel like I can really express myself as much as I can with the tenor sax in a group. Although to be fair, like alto sax and soprano sax are similar feelings. But tenor sax it's got like this power to it that's like, I don't know. I don't play any, like I play multiple instruments. I'm a doubler. Like I play woodwinds. Like I consider myself a woodwind doubler, not like a saxophonist or a flutist or a clarinetist. By the way, flautist is one way to pronounce it. You can also say, people also say flutist. I think flautist is kind of pretentious. Anyway.
I was over the moon. I loved it. So I was like, you know what? I'm about to get my master's at NYU, was my plan for game design. I was going to get my master's in fine art and game design. And I was like, you know what? I'm not going to rush it. I'm just going to keep farming these buku bucks. Eventually, they changed it. And I was like, okay, I should probably get a job. All of a sudden, I went from making like $41 to like $8 an hour.
Yeah, it's bullshit. That was the same with DoorDash. I guess, Instacart, they had a different thing, and then they changed it. And then it's like, okay, yeah, you can work, but it's not a living wage. Like, what the fuck? Like, what's the point? Oh, so you can make some extra money. Well, what about the people who are homeless?
Which made sense. But
I also, I don't know. I feel like this is a creative hobby as well, making content, even though I'm still struggling to figure out exactly what content I do best. I know what it is, but I can't do it on YouTube and Twitch. I can only do it on other platforms. But I love doing that, but like also I get depression and anxiety. I can't always do that. I have to have a variety of options. I have to go for long periods of time. I have to be able to have different options because, like, I can't always film for OnlyFans. And, it's like, because I just, depression. And a lot of it is just the stress that I've been living in the past 2.5 years. It takes a lot of work to go to therapy and actually work on yourself. And especially if you're also doing a complete, like, gender reassignment. Or gender, they don't call it gender reassignment anymore. They say gender confirmation, or they even say like just gender expansive. It's really fucking hard. It takes a toll on you, like a lot. Even without, like I said, even without the social pressure problems, like people misgendering you, people like, acting like you're a freak and all that. It doesn't really happen in my real life. I'm sure I don't want to speak so soon. But it definitely happens on the internet because people are from different places. I'm in California, and luckily, I'm in a very more progressive area of California, and I get a lot of success. I get a lot of acceptance from people, and most of the time, people just don't even care. Like they don't even notice me. Like I'm just a a woman in the background. Like, they're like, oh wow, she's trans. Like, and then it's like, okay, that's the end of it. Like, and then obviously being trans, people feel like they want to ask a ton of questions. Sometimes, like, if they're not really aware, I'm like, I'm not go watch YouTube. Like, go, if you like, you know, don't exhaust trans people by constantly asking them questions. It's one thing, like me, like, I'm okay talking about it most of the time, but like, I don't want to talk about that every single time I meet somebody new. You know, it's like, I'm used to it, obviously, but it's just like, anytime I meet someone new who doesn't really have an understanding, like doesn't know many trans people or any trans people, they like ask all sorts of questions. They're like, oh, you know, are you getting the surgery? Like, what is it like when, and it's like, come on. Like, it hasn't really happened, but I usually play along with it, but I put my foot down, you know, sometimes, and I'm like, yeah, I just want to get through the day. I don't want to have to like make this into some kind of like trans activist thing, you know, like I don't want to be like out there like on a podium all the time. I do that sometimes on stream when I want to talk about trans issues, but honestly, I'm so exhausted. I just want to live my own life, and I can't help every single person in the planet. What I can do is I can live my best life. I can try to find my place and try to find my career, try to find my success, and be an example of a success story, because there's so many tragedies in the trans community. So it's like you hear about people committing suicide and stuff like that, and it's like I'd rather be a success story, and that will inspire people to do better too. And but like, that being said, it is exhausting, and sometimes I talk about it on stream, but I just want people to know that like it's exhausting as fuck. Constantly talking. I don't understand how like political commentators always talk about things. It's so exhausting talking about political stuff. Like, I know that I do it a lot, but that doesn't mean I like it, if that makes any sense. Like, I end up getting frustrated with the way the world is, especially since there's a lot of places I can't even feel safe being in. And, you know, it's why I like, you know, people say, oh, you know, you should try going to Austin and in Texas. And it's like, you know, because it's like, but then it's like the whole state is conservative. And then you have like this pockets of super LGBTQ supportive and stuff, like more left-leaning spots in Texas. I'm definitely afraid to even set foot in Texas. But it would be great, like, if like I'm not gonna like be presumptuous, but like if I was ever able to, like, you know, get invited to Austin to like hang out with OTK and like or like the Botez sisters invited me over, like, I would do it, of course, but like I would not feel safe. Maybe in Austin I would feel okay, but I would not feel safe in Texas. Maybe I'm being prejudiced towards Texas or whatever, because it's a red state, and obviously it can't be as bad as I think it is, but at the same time, sometimes things are worse than I think they are. So, you know, I don't want to have to use the bathroom and have to always have a buddy go with me to protect me, to make sure that nobody like harasses me or hits me or kills me, because there's places where that's a possibility, and it's not even like paranoid. There's places in this country and in the world where I just do not feel safe. At the very least, I don't feel safe until I'm, you know, until I'm convinced that people won't misgender me. And I know that that's kind of like a fucked up thing, but it's a reality, and I don't want to have to constantly be in fear. I don't want to have to constantly be in ready to battle mode. I don't want to have to constantly feel like I'm like a political activist. I just want to live my life and have friends and make good memories and have a lot of fun. And hopefully I can get there, and I think I am well on my way. I'm doing so much better than I was 2.5 years ago, you know?
The thing that was awesome when I was making like $41 an hour, I would actually have a 1 hour period where I would sit in Barnes & Noble and I would get to read, and I taught myself how to code better during an hour of every single work day. And on top of that, I also got through the day by watching a lot of streams and listening to audiobooks and listening.
You know, it's funny, I don't know if I've seen that clip of Asman.
Listening to podcasts, watching a lot of streams, and listening to audiobooks. And
what the fuck? He hit his head on the... I feel like I've seen that clip, but I almost feel like I haven't.
Also got through the day by watching a lot of streams and listening to audio.
Holy Holy shit, was that in the early days of Asmon's stream? Or is that somebody else's stream with Asmon's photo put over it?
Books.
Because it says like goal of 134. Either that was super early Asmon days, or that's somebody else's stream and they put like his webcam over it.
And listening to podcasts. That content made me so happy. Code C++. C++ is one of the languages
C++ is like the language that I focused on when I was a kid. It's a very robust language. People will criticize it. People don't understand that the coding language you use is very dependent on what project you're doing. And I feel like a lot of people are like code junkies. They get interested, and I understand because I got really interested in programming. But the thing is, once you get started, like thinking about like, oh, this language is better, this language is better, you have the wrong mindset. Your mindset should be, which language would be best for the tasks that I have? And C++ is a generic language, but it's particularly good for like, software applications, like especially like stuff that utilizes your graphics card, because there's like a lot of libraries that are developed specifically for like NVIDIA or like stuff like that. So if you're going to make a game, C++ is the choice because it's very robust and it has few memory leaks if you do it correctly, and because of the expansive amount of libraries that people have created. And so you'll have it's all about libraries, and obviously other languages have libraries, but Python and C++ are two completely different languages with two completely different purposes. Bigger programs don't work too well, and they work with a lot, like it's a lot more memory leaks and stuff like that. You have to use like garbage cleanup, and you don't need to do that with C++ if you do things correctly. You basically just use what you need to use, and it uses it efficiently, and it'll run. Like if you want to make like a MMO or something, you're not going to write it in Python because it's an interpreted language, and it's run every single time line by line. And that can be okay if it's a very small program, like for, that you can inject into like a SQL server or something like that. But it's really good for that, or for like other like scripting kind of things. It's a scripting language. It's for like tasks, like quick tasks, that like are repetitive, and it's not really for making robust applications like a web browser or like a video game, which C++ is perfect for. The problem is like it has to be compiled, which is a problem and a good thing, because when you compile something, it's much more efficient. But it has to be compiled for the hardware. Like it has to be compiled for the architecture. So you have to do an x86-64. You have to do an AMD or PowerPC, whatever. Like you have to do a different compilation. You have to do a different compile for each different architecture. You have to do a different compile if it's for. Even if it's a portable language, but only if you use libraries that are portable. And some libraries are specific to architecture. So if you make something for x86, it's not the same as something for an Apple computer. And then of course there's libraries for operating systems. So there's like libraries that work with Windows 10 or Windows 11, and there's libraries that only work for Mac. There's libraries that only work for Linux kernel, Linux distros, and there's also different Windows systems in Linux, and like there's a whole bunch of components, and people get so stuck in the language and the format and the way you write the language, and it's like that's just syntax. You like the syntax, and that's not what makes a computer programmer. A computer programmer knows how to be a part of a project and understand like what needs to be done. It takes their ego out of it, hopefully, and understands that like certain tasks require certain libraries, and certain libraries are better, and other languages are better suited for certain tasks more than others. And C++ is a great start because it's like, obviously if you're going to do a lot of web development, then C++ probably shouldn't be something you use. You should probably use like Python, and of course learning like HTML, CSS, and stuff like and JavaScript if you're going to be doing a lot of web development. But the thing is things are becoming more and more automated. And so a programmer does not need to be a coder. A programmer needs to be a project organizer that understands, like, these are the things we need to get done. This is how we will do it. And figuring out the code, that's just a matter of, like, tedium. That's just like, okay, well, now that we know what we're going to do, let's code it. And so you need to know what you're doing first. There needs to be a full, you don't just do it like as you go. And I'm a terrible programmer. I'm a terrible coder. But I feel like I understand that, like, I understand a lot because I was kind of, it's been a hobby of mine, was learning about computer programming since I was a kid. 8th grade, I joined the computer club and I started learning C++, and I never really learned enough. I've done a few of the exercises, and I took like a college class for Python, like one semester. That's not what makes, knowing how to code is like a very difficult thing. Knowing how to program is a different thing, because programming is really what you need to learn. Being a coder, you're replaceable. But not only that, you're also, coding changes over time. So if you get really good at coding a certain language and using a certain library, well, what are you going to do when that language changes? What are you going to do when a new library supersedes that, or the one you use becomes deprecated? And so what a lot of the times people just get, like, they get lazy and they just use the same language and libraries, and they just do a lot of workarounds, and you end up getting a whole bunch of spaghetti code. But the thing is, you got to be objective, and you got to say, okay, well, what's best for the project? Not what's best for the coder, not what's best for what's best for the project. And so I feel like a lot of people, they don't understand that it's not about learning a language like C++. You pick a language to work with, judging on what your career path or what your path is, because it could be as a hobby. Like, do you want to make video games? Then you're probably going to learn C++. Yeah, you could do it in Java. Java is really heavy, though, and bloated. It's really good for things that are smaller and that you can it's easily portable, because Java can run on any machine that has the Java interpreter. And so Java's cool because if you want, like, a useful program that isn't too, like, heavy, Java's perfect. Similar with but it can be heavier than something like Python. If you have something that's really light, like something you run in the command line, then you should probably use, like, a scripting language like Perl or Python or Bash. Like, those are scripting languages just for, like, command line tasks. They're very small and very efficient at what they do. And they, but then you have, like, Java, which is an extremely portable language, which means that you don't have to compile for each different architecture. But it's not as efficient as something like C++/C, because sometimes you use C and C++. C is really good for, like, like kernel work, like getting something to, like, recognize, like, a hardware driver, right? And C++ is more like applications and, like, using libraries to work in tandem with certain hardware drivers and stuff like that. So it's like, you have to know what your goal is. If you want to be like a system admin, then you're probably going to be learning, like, a lot of stuff like SQL and HTML, CSS, JS, and scripting languages like Python or Bash or Perl. And, because your tasks are going to be, your daily tasks are going to be something that involves, like, going through data and changing data and monitoring things. But if you're going to be like a gamer, like a game designer, you're going to want to learn how to use libraries, like graphics libraries. You're going to want to learn how to, like, what's your project going to be? You're going to have to learn all these different libraries. And so if you focus only on learning the language, you're going to be drowning. What you need to do is, instead, obviously you need a firm understanding of how, basic syntax across all languages work. So you pick one to learn. Usually Python's a good one to start out with learning. It's a very generic language. It's very powerful, but honestly, people see it the wrong way. They're like, oh, Python is better than C++. Oh no, Haskell is better. And it's like, and then people are, like, criticizing Haskell. Do you not understand that Haskell is specifically designed for mathematic, like, computations? Wait, let's actually look at the at the wiki. Or Haskell is an advanced, purely functional programming language. So it's good for like science research. And people don't understand that it's not about language syntax. Obviously, the creator of each language is going to have a certain syntax they followed. But what people don't understand is they criticize stuff like Haskell because it's like, oh, it's too they say it's, oh, it's too complex or whatever. And it's like, no, it's like, it's designed specifically for, like, you know, scientific, here, let's do it. What is Haskell best at? Haskell is a perfect choice for high-load concurrent applications such as web backends, maintainability. Haskell encourages using the type system to model the business domain and making the assumptions explicit. As a result, refactoring the code and adapting it to changing requirements is much easier. So that's the big deal. The refactoring and adapting to changing requirement. So what is C++ best at? Is mainly used in applications and operating systems. C++ language can be used for building higher level applications with graphics libraries. That's actually like the biggest deal. It's the most. It has the most robust system of libraries. Very modular. Very robust language. Applications communicate with network devices and computer network simulators, as well as remote device systems and network management. What is Python best at? Anytime you want to work with data, from scraping, data analysis, visualization, machine learning, or AI, Python will be your best friend. There are a number of important libraries for each one of these tasks. They are great libraries, highly used in research and production environments. So it's good for data. Like if you're going to be sifting through lots and lots and lots of data, like, if you're like a web server or something like that. What is Java best at? Most often, Java is used to build large enterprise-class applications. Java works great within corporate environments, or if you're building a very large-scale system. Although it can be used for small tasks, it is less suited for that. So, because it's I don't really necessarily know, but like why this is great within corporate environments. It's basically like in corporate they use Java a lot more because it's like software that they use that's very portable. What is Java used best for? Create app completely nice and run on a single computer or be distributed across servers and clients in a network. So that's probably why. Is because in a corporate situations you can set up a giant like mega system of computers, and everybody will work connecting to a remote server to save money. So you don't have to get a new computer for each person who works in a company. And so instead, you build a Java application that runs on a server, and you distribute it via the network. Whereas with C++, you have to run it on the local machine. As a result, you can use it to ease. I'm sure you could also do that with C++, but I mean, I feel like, it's one thing to do something, because it's one thing that something can do something, but if something is actually better at something, then you should use that. Also, a lot of decision for which language to use for a project is dependent on what language the team is best at too. But honestly, if you want to make the best product, you should probably use the best code, the best language for the project. You can use it to easily build mobile applications or run on desktop applications that use different operating systems and servers, such as Linux or Windows. Yeah, so that's good for corporate environments. What is Ruby best at? And I think that's similar to Python. Ruby is popular, flexible, and has high demand in the marketplace. Web development, scripting, data processing, DevOps, static site generation, more. If you think Ruby is programming, okay. Yeah, people talk about these like languages. What is Perl best at? Perl is the most effective for parsing and text processing. And people are annoyed by Perl, but things scale. So if you have like something like if you have like maybe like 20 megabytes of data to sift through, maybe you could get away with using a different language like Python or something. You know, honestly, with hardware the way things are today, you could probably get away with everything. But if you have like 2 terabytes of text to parse through, you want to use the most efficient language possible, the most efficient method. Text manipulation. Perl's been the go-to language for regex, HTML parsing, JSON manipulation, etc. for almost 3 decades. Quite simply, no other programming language provides more powerful, easy-to-use ways of manipulating text. And so when people criticize Perl, they're just criticizing the syntax. Yeah, it's really, you know, languages can be messy, and they've worked on fixing it. And they've also made it more modular. What is Bash best at? Bash is more powerful than they think. What is Bash good at? Bash is still a good tool for writing quick things. It's like quick code that you can write up. Why Bash is the critical mass is the main answer, in my opinion. Bash is not just for command line work, it's for scripting, and there's huge number of Bash scripts. No matter how much better an alternative is now for interaction, the need to be able to just plug and play those scripts outweigh. So like a language like Bash, it's just like you can quickly get something done as like a proof of concept that you might adjust, you know, to a new language. What is better, Bash or Python? That's the wrong question. It's the wrong question. Like, what is better? It depends on what you need to do. And that's the right thing. That's the right, and in my opinion, that's the best way to think of programming languages. Anyway.
I studied the most. But I was like, damn, I should probably get a different job. I'd saved up a lot of money. I was like, man, should I get another job where I'm focused on making money? Or should I do something that's gonna like build my resume? And I was like, man, I think I actually want to do something that builds my resume. I have enough money saved up to live here for the summer. Maybe I'll just focus on that. And yo, what's up, Slade? So basically, I was working on a video game that was called Bocce, actually. It was like a little mobile game that I was working on with my buddy Will. I was like, I'm just gonna work on this game. And I bumped into my buddy Ethan on the street. Ethan was in a few of my game design classes, and he basically was the first person I ever streamed to. Because we were in this class together, this philosophy class.
Wait, for a second I thought he was wearing the same shirt that I have, like this shirt, but it's white. For a second I thought he was wearing the same shirt I have, and it's just funny because we're both wearing like flannel shirt.
Was the first person I ever streamed to. Because we were in this class together, this philosophy class, and I used to play Warlords of Draenor on my laptop, and he sat behind me, and I would turn around and I'd be like... and he would just watch me play WoD all class.
Yeah, that's really what, that's really what streaming is. It starts there, you know? Somebody just watching your gameplay over the shoulder, and you're like talking to your friends like that, you know? That's where streaming starts, is with your friends. So I've really been a streamer since I was like 4 years old. Like playing Nintendo with friends, you know? Going over to a friend's house because they have games that you don't. And because you like, you know, you could get into fun arguments and stuff. That just, you know, that's really what streaming is. It's just on a bigger scale.
Ethan bumps into me on the street and he goes, dude, you love games. I'm working at MLG. You should come get a job at MLG. And I was like, dude, I don't know any of that shit. I was like,
oh my god, the MLG days. Yeah, gaming is like so freaking like different. Like, especially streaming. Like, it's not so much like the most successful streamers don't, like, the focus is not on their game, it's on their personality. I think that's going to translate, I think that translates really well to YouTube.
I watch MLG.
I know that like a lot of people on Twitch are kind of like a niche community of like people who just like, you know, they feel like they're different than every other website. They feel like there's this tight niche community and like tight knit community, and that like, you know, that it's all about gaming. But it's just like, honestly, like I don't really watch any gameplay streamers. I only watch people, and I kind of tune out when the streamers that I watch, like the OTK people, and I hate to say it, but like the Botez sisters, like I generally support them and I like what they do, I honestly have a hard time watching streams in general. I'll usually watch clips. I do come in there and say, hey everybody, and I usually hang out in Discord. That's it. It's like I don't really consider myself a Twitch viewer. I consider myself like a person. And like I usually interact on Twitter and Discord. Like that's where I feel like I belong. Like I feel like I'm not really like a Twitch viewer.
I was like, dude, I don't know any of that shit. I was like, I watch it, LG. I was like, I watch it, but like, I don't know how to do any of that shit. I don't know how to make a video. I don't know how to edit. I don't know how to do. I don't know. Like, I don't know. What would I do? He goes, dude, just come in. I go in, and my buddy Will, who wasn't my buddy at the time, we kind of knew each other. Will is doing the interview, and I'm wearing a suit and everything. I'm all nervous. And Will goes, didn't I play StarCraft against you one time? And I was like, yeah, you did. We played against each other at the game center. He goes, you got the job. That was how video games used to work back then. It's like, did you play me in StarCraft one time? I was like, yeah, I played Archon Flush, dude. How you doing?
Yeah, like when being a gamer was like considered this like secret handshake. Like back when you're like, hey, do you watch anime? They're like, oh my god, it's another person who watches anime. Like when you found that, and then you were best friends for life. That's basically how I met all my friends. This is from gaming and anime. Like we talked about anime, and I was like, wow, it's people who actually understand what I'm talking about. And now everyone is like that. And so it's like I kind of feel bad for people trying to get started in streaming and stuff who didn't experience that already, because it's like it's not like that anymore. I don't think it's just like everybody like is a gamer and it's considered mainstream, and it's like people even make a living. A few amount of people make a living off of, at least based around gaming. Like all these like OTK members, like I like they may have started with gaming, and they still do gaming now, obviously, because people do like it. But like I like covered my top window vent with duct tape, and it's like the duct tape was cheap. It's like not real duct tape. It's like hardcore. Like I got some generic brand duct tape, and it's like super thin. And it's like I wanted to get the strong duct tape, like from Costco, you know. I have to order some real duct tape, because it's like yeah, I can't like block, because the light like just blasts in, and also like it's just not good. It needs to be covered. I like it better covered. Even though like I cover my window, I don't have a window. I do have a window, but like I cover it up. You know, I know that like, you know, it seems to make me feel better to be like in a dark room. And if I want to go see the outside, I leave my room. Like, I don't feel like I need a window. And it feels distracting when there's, like, a window. Because, like, you know, people can walk by or, you know, like, you'll get, I don't know. I would love a situation where I was more comfortable with a window. But honestly, here at the trailer park, I really don't want a window here. Like, I'd rather have a window where it's like I have some privacy and there's not other people around. You know, like I want to be able to look out a window and like see like a tree or something, you know? I don't want to have to see a trailer.
Got the job. And he goes, one thing, never wear a suit again. I ended up becoming a caster and I had to wear a suit every single fucking day. But now all of a sudden I have a job and I am in love with it. And I would stay at the office.
Oh shit, I didn't know he was like an MLG caster.
I literally ended up like the girl who I was dating, we ended up breaking up because I literally didn't come home. I stayed at the office all day and I would just teach myself new stuff, and basically she tried to make me pick work. I loved it. I loved every single fucking thing about it. I would teach myself all the equipment. I loved everything the casters were doing, and all of a sudden I wanted to be a caster. I would make videos for Rocket League. I would make top 5s for Rocket League, even if there was no chance of them being made, just on the off chance that maybe it would make it there. And at the time, the casters were Puckett and Benson. Man, I was just so into it. I was so into it. And I was working on Rocket League at the time. I slept in the office. Like, I would literally cast over VOD. I remember
shit. He's got like music going on.
I made
Oh well, we might get muted.
$130 a day. I was like, holy shit.
Well, no, I mean, I'm restreaming, so we're not gonna get muted on like YouTube. The VOD on Twitch will probably get muted. I don't think it's DMCA strike. I mean, shit. I mean, it is older music, and I don't think this is any of the music that like would be like straight up banned. I try to avoid copyright on my channel. I just don't give a fuck anymore because like I don't actively seek it out, but like, you know, I need to be able to do React content, and I like watching stuff, and if I'm gonna watch stuff, may as well do it on stream to like, you know, share it with potential viewers, you know.
Sick. And I would just sleep there.
Not only that, but everybody is addicted to React content. So if I do eventually get some kind of traction as a streamer, maybe not necessarily as a streamer, but because of other websites, and they come over to my stream because of that, because they're like, hey, let's actually find out more about her, instead of just, you know.
I would literally sleep at the office, make these videos, do all the... I just fell in love with it. About a week or two in, after I'd been practicing not...
You gotta be careful. So when you put like headphones like over your hair, you gotta be really careful to pull them when you pull it off, because sometimes the hair can get stuck in between. You do not want to pull hair from like your bangs. Like, you'll rip it out, and that's how a lot of people, including myself, will have like a quote-unquote receding hairline. It's actually not hair loss in the traditional sense. It's because you're pulling hair out, and it'll grow back. It's just it ends up, I know some people actually do have like genetic receding hairlines. Usually it's because of testosterone receptors. Luckily, I'm on estrogen, and you know, it's not a guarantee that it's going to stop hair loss, but like it is a big deal. Like if you switch from testosterone to estrogen, it actually, like, at the very least it prevents you from at the very least it would slow it down. I think it actually like prevents additional hair loss, like from like, you know, the traditional way. But you know, if you're not careful, you might accidentally pull out your hair and you'll end up having like a hairline. Either way, I'm going to be getting facial surgery, and one of the surgeries they actually pull the hairline, or you know, put the hairline, you know, in a more feminine position, and I'm pretty sure they're going to reduce my skull. Skull dysphoria is interesting. I don't want to go crazy with it, but that's for me and the doctor to figure out during my consultation about which ones I need, because I don't want to overdo it, but I also don't want to just like not do enough. I want to make sure that I get the things done that I need, and it's very subtle. I don't think people will notice, but like, it's not like insane. It's not like going to be a crazy like adjustment. It's just like, hey, let's like smooth it out a little bit, round it out a little bit, you know, reduce the forehead and you know, this area over here. You know, there's like a couple things they can do, and to feminize your voice, like, you know, the nose is a big thing, because you know, men typically have bigger nose, more prominent noses and skulls and like forehead areas, and so it's like that's a big deal. People will say like, oh yeah, you're beautiful, you don't need that, but I swear, like, I'm gonna feel like 2,000 times better after both of my surgeries, after bottom surgery and after facial surgeries, because like it's just gonna get rid of that like reminder that like I went through a different puberty, and especially with my hair. And I know people will, you know, guffaw at that or whatever. I use that word. What the fuck? People will like, you know, say like, oh, you know, whatever, you're beautiful and like whatever, and your hair is very feminine and whatever. But it's like, you don't understand that long hair, especially, it's not just about long hair, but it's just like hair looks different on people who went through male puberty than it does with women, with people who went through, who didn't, or who went through female puberty. So there's changes you can make with surgery, and they're very talented at what they do. And it's just, I think it's just this whole lead up to it is what's causing me so much stress. I'm going to feel great. After it's all done, after I get my SSI, after I get both of my surgeries that I need, there's really nothing else that I'm working towards as far as my medical stuff goes and my transition related stuff. Just living my life, which I'm already doing, but it's hard because I'm in a process that's very, very involved. And it's also a lot of waiting. And until it's done, I don't feel like it's over. I don't feel like I can rest. I don't feel like I can. I've been on for like 2.5 years. Just like going through this process, and it's made me stronger, and streaming has helped that too, because it's given me a space to work out a lot of the shit. And if you look at my, I mean, it's all gone from Twitch, but I have some of it on YouTube. If you look at my streams from like 2019 and 2020, vastly different person, like I've gotten so much stronger. I've gotten so much stronger, and it's really hard for me to recognize sometimes, you know?
Unstop. Chris Puckett, who I've been, basically, I was a technical director, so I was switching. Chris Puckett walks into the room. I'll never forget this day, and he goes, does anybody know any local New York talent? I'm getting married, and I need somebody to fill in for me to cast a rock.
Rain rice water in here? No, I'm not doing shit like that. You got to be careful with treatments. I did oil treatments before. It can actually ruin your hair. Depending on the oil. I mean, obviously coconut oil is not bad. Almond oil is okay, but you know, I did a lot of stuff like that early on. It really doesn't do much. I think the best thing to do is to just make sure to brush it at night, keep it up so it doesn't. And obviously, I need to get a silk pillowcase, because you know, the usual like pillowcases will strip your hair of oil. Washing your hair too much, or treating it too much can dry it out and stuff like that. My hair could definitely be silkier. I think mainly it comes down to exercise, diet, and just making sure it's like taken care of. But there are treatments. But like I used castor oil because I wanted to grow my hair out faster, and it doesn't work like that. I thought it did. People on the internet think it does. It actually doesn't. What it does. Well, first of all, it enriches your hair. That's good. But the problem is it has a danger of matting up the hair together, because and I still have this problem now, after like 2 years now. I started transitioning in September of 2019. So that's like 2 years and like 3 months. This is like not 2.5 years, like 2 years and 3 months. And 2.25 years. And I tried to grow my hair out, like tried using the castor oil. Yeah, it's a meme. And, you know, castor oil is good for your skin, and if you have blemishes particularly, you can put a little bit on it. It'll heal up your scars and your stuff. I mean, obviously it's not going to completely get rid of scars. It's not going to happen overnight, but you know, you can put like castor oil on your skin, especially blemishes, and it really does wonders on it. Or if you have like I mean, obviously you want to take care of a wound, but like if it's healing and it's like not like, you can put the castor oil on something that's healing, and it's going to speed it up. As far as hair growth goes, that's a meme. Because what it does is it puts a layer of oil around the hair follicle, which makes it give the illusion of volume. It kind of works if you do it right, but it, like I said, it can fuse your hair together, and then you'll get some matting issues, which I'm pretty sure I still have issues that I'm slowly getting out with my brush every night. And I also like I don't do any oil treatments until I get that resolved, and I gotta find something like coconut oil is good. It's because it's very it's not like, you know, castor oil is sticky. That's the problem. It's like coconut oil, like it's really like non-invasive for your hair, I think. But yeah, I'm not really concerned with that right now. I'm just keeping my natural oils and just trying to take care of it naturally, like brush it before I go to bed lightly. You don't want to over brush. You don't want to brush too hard. You want to start from like the bottom and work your way up and then you want to use a bristle bore to like go from the roots to bring the oil all the way to the ends. And you got to be very careful, and you don't want to pull too hard, and you're going to lose hair. But the thing is, you're losing dead hair. I'm a blonde. I have more dead hair. Blondes have, I mean, I colored it. Yeah, let's see. Blonde hair loss. 7% of the scalp hair is shedding, so per day, naturally blonde women can experience higher numbers of natural shedding from the root when compared to other hair types. Such to lose an average of 100 hairs per day, compared to Asians who lose about 70 and African Americans who lose about 60. Yeah, so it's like blondes are actually winning when it comes to this. It's actually an interesting thing. Because like blondes have like more hair, and so we lose more, and so people get confused. There's a lot of people out there who get a lot of anxiety over seeing hair in their hairbrush. They're like, oh no, I'm going bald. It's like, no, you're not going bald. You're taking care of your hair. If you didn't brush it, it would get all matted and nasty. But you don't want to overwash your hair, because you'll wash out all the natural oils. You know, you try to avoid shampooing, except for like, you know, they say like 3 days. But even then, you know, like you can just rinse like heavily. It's usually what I do. I will need to get some shampoo, or after conditioning, or you know, like you condition, and then you wash it out with shampoo later. Asian and African American women who tend to have black hair have an average 60,000 strands at a time. Women with blonde hair, on the other hand, have an average of 450,000 strands. Red and brunette hair falls somewhere between. The lighter the hair, the more strands. Yeah, wait, let's see. Differences between blonde, trans, and cis hair. I don't know if we have data on that. Hair. Trans creatives tell their stories. Maybe I'll be in an article like that someday. Maybe I'll be considered a trans creative one day. I don't know. Hair on Trans Hub. There's a website called Trans Hub. Health and gender information in hair on our heads. Hair on our heads can be form of full structures. Those wigs. I've had facial hair removal for the most part, laser. I still have a bad part because they didn't fully get the parts on my chin, but it's barely noticeable, and it has to take it takes like a whole week of no shaving, and I've just been kind of lazy. I mean, I need to get new razors because mine are dull. It takes like a whole week to get a few small strands. I am super happy about laser treatment. The problem is I still get some black hairs over here because they only did one treatment specifically trying to get the spot here. Like they did it, but like they didn't fully get that area. So, and I don't think my insurance will cover any additional treatments. So I could just wax or tweeze, and or just wait until I can get full electrolysis and I can get all the little invisible or blonde hairs.
Rocket League Grand Finals. I go, Chris, can I try?
Because I mean, they got rid of all the darker hairs, but there's like, you can't tell on camera because of like the way the lighting and stuff works. So I could actually like go a whole week without shaving, and I don't think anybody will notice. Especially, I mean, they might notice like if they get close to me. But like I can go like a whole week or more without shaving now, and it's great. I'm like, holy fuck. Like I don't have to like constantly shave every day. Like I can just like, I mean, I tried to shave, like, you know, I tried to just be like, you know, get rid of it, but I can dry shave. It's interesting.
He says, yeah, I had never casted before, and I casted the grand finals to the Rocket League tournament at MLG. Like, a lot of people watching, and I was nervous, man. Not like nervous, but like, I didn't want to be disrespectful to like Benson, and Benson was just popping off. And Benson, at one point, took off his headset and walked out of the room. And I was just all alone. My first time casting. I'm all alone, it's only me.
It was probably good that I changed the speed.
And I popped the fuck off. Ever since then, I was a caster. Got a VOD? Yeah, but watching it now is cringe, right? I've been a caster for 6 years. And I actually very much, I will say this to anyone. I believe I'm one of the best hosts. I don't think that there are many people who host the way that I do. I wanted work really bad though, and it was hard to find work. So I was making a lot of work for myself, and that was when I made the Dungeons and Dragons show. There wasn't enough work, and I say this all the time for anybody who's ever like, yo, I want to get into streaming, or I want to get into this, or I want to get into that. I always say just make your own shit, because if you make your own shit, you at least have something. Now, I had an advantage. Like, I'll be kind of honest. Like, my friends already.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people, they wait until they get an opportunity, and you're not going to get that opportunity. You just have to start doing stuff. I have a friend who wants to get into streaming for fun and stuff, but he's waiting until he can get the right equipment, until he can get, like, the perfect setup. And I'm like, dude, just click start streaming and build it as you go. Like, you're not going to, there's, like, going to be 0 viewers for, like, years. Like, don't stream to like, it's not something like, you don't just go to like a job interview to stream. Like, it's just something you create, and so you have to create it. And kind of the cool thing about streaming is that you can just build it as you go, and like that's also like part of it is like, you know, it gets you in the mindset of like, hey, I'm live, like we're gonna see how like I can make this work, and you adjust it as you go, because you know something might seem good, you know, because another streamer uses it or something, but maybe you want to change it up, and so you can do it differently, like do a different kind of layout that works better for, you know, the vibe you want. Well, you know, there's a lot of stuff that you can only find out by doing, and honestly, I would say if you want to get into content creation, you know, if you feel like streaming, then just click the start streaming button, and then like, you know, you can make your content during your stream, and then you know, I highly suggest both restreaming and also editing those streams, or making content either outside of stream or including footage in your stream as well, or some combination of both, to make YouTube videos as soon as possible. In fact, you'd be better off, instead of clicking that start streaming button, making the YouTube videos. However, most people don't only make YouTube videos. There's stuff in between that you can do, and if you want to hang out and learn, like, you know, have a chill spot that you want to create for streaming, why not do that too? And so if you're afraid of like showing your face, just do it. You know, you don't have to show your face right away. Start with a blank screen, no scenes, no sources. Start streaming. Click start streaming, and just build the sources live. Like, what do you have to lose? Like, streaming is not, especially as a beginner, streaming is not like you're not gonna fuck anything up unless you like say like get super canceled. Like if you say the N-word a lot or something, like as a white person with a hard R, you know?
Had a following, and that made the show kind of pop off, and this was how the stream started.
I think what a lot of people, when they get into content creation, they think that like anything they do is going to make or break them, and that's not how it works. Like, I've been doing this for 2 years, like nobody cares, like it's just like people will see what they see, and they won't see what they don't see. And if they do see it later, then, you know, there's always going to be somebody who, you know, who just says, oh, you know, this was shitty. Like, so what about all the stuff I did since then? You know, like you just continue to make stuff. But I think a lot of people are like, oh no, I can only go live if I have a show prepared. And like yeah, if you can do that, do it. You know, it's better to have content than it is to just waste time streaming. You know, if you want to make content through your stream, you have to plan it. But you know, don't wait until you're ready. Do it until you're ready, and you'll be ready. You'll be closer. But honestly, don't just hit start streaming and expect anything to happen. It's a start. It's like you click start streaming, and you have an environment you can create, and then you can prepare content for like YouTube and stuff. And I feel like a lot of people just get afraid because they're like, oh no, I don't want to put my face out there. I want to get ready first. Like, you're not going to be ready. You're never going to be ready. And it's going to take so many, like, thousands and thousands of hours of work and off-stream stuff and, like, backgrounds, like, you know, stuff behind the scenes. Like, you just get started. Like, you're not going to, like end your career just because you suck. Like if you're afraid of like clicking the start streaming button, I feel like you should never click the start. Like if you're too afraid to click it, you should just quit now. Because, like, you need to put your face out there. You need to put your personality out there. In some cases, you can put your life out there. You know, that's kind of what I chose to. It's not really a choice. I am that way. I share. I like talk about my life and I process it that way. And streaming has given me a space where even if nobody's watching, I'm able to create something, even if it's shitty React content like this, or if it, like I can actually do something in an environment I created. And I think that's important, is that you have to find your brand, you know, or people. You don't really like create a brand. You just find it. Based on what you do and how you're received by people, and a lot of that is random chance. Like certain streamers, certain viewers are gonna, you know, gravitate and they might enjoy certain content, and if that what ends up working for you, you just focus on that. But like, I also think it's pretty cool because you're not limited by what you can do. There's so many different things, and it's not limited to just a stream. Like, stream is just a creation platform, and it's a different kind of creation. So obviously, I don't think that you should only create your content on stream. I do think there's a lot of value to making content that you prepare off stream that you don't do live. Because obviously, if you're doing something live, I mean, the thing is you can still do that on stream. Make the content on stream and do the multiple takes on stream. But even then, you still have the distraction of the fact that you know people are watching while you're doing it, and that changes your mindset. Obviously, it's a skill you can practice, and a lot of, you know, people who do acting or music or anything like that, you get used to being in front of people and just kind of like make that your new normal. However, I do think, you know, it's a good combination of behind the scenes stuff and live stuff. And I feel like if you limit yourself, you know, you're just saying I only do streams, or like only do YouTube. Like, no, why don't you just do both? Or pull a Ludwig and just create the content on stream, which he's really good at. You know, he prepares his stream. You want to prepare things. It's a live show. Even though, like, right now I'm just doing a chill stream, it's not really a show right now, but that's not the most effective stream. You know, first of all, you need an audience. But if you don't have an audience, then if you're streaming, you're doing it for yourself, or you're doing it to film content, to build an audience on a different platform like YouTube. And so I just think there's a lot of people out there who just don't understand the reality of a situation. They're too afraid to hit the start streaming button because they fear, like, you know, oh, what if people see me before I'm ready? It's like, dude, they're gonna see, if you're gonna be a streamer, they're gonna see you in so many different they're gonna see you in so many different ways. They're gonna see like every aspect of you pretty much. I mean, it depends on how much you show. Like some people are more sharing, you know, some people are more content driven, and they have a persona from the second they click start streaming to the second they click stop streaming, they're in a character, you know, like there's that. But like, you know, there's also like a lot of stuff in between, like, you know, like alt streams, like, you know, just like what I'm doing now, just like watching YouTube and chilling with you guys, and then playing some League. Heck, it's been 4 hours and 37 minutes. I haven't played a single game of League. What the fuck?
So like, wasn't thinking about that at the time, but like, that definitely helped this stream a lot. But we basically made a D&D campaign that,
show created by you.
Do you think your D&D campaign will be in person or it's going to be in person? Is the goal.
Will be playing in the selected scenario. These characters are submitted by you.
So I probably started casting in 2015, and then by 2016 I was making this. And it was really hard to find casting work. I ended up, after doing the Rocket League finals, I got a few more Rocket League things here and then I would take any work that the other casters didn't want. Like I would just like be there all the time. I'd stay in the office all the time, and I'd just wait for one of the casters to be too tired to do like a stand-up. And anybody who says that they know me from the old MLG days, I basically would do like anything. Like they'd be like, yo, we need somebody to like talk about cheese, and I'd be like, hey everybody, it's MLG Rich, and like cheese is really cool. You got to make sure they eat cheese 4 times a day. It's gonna make your fart smell different. Like it was just like the dumbest stuff. I'd take anything that I could, and I would take stuff that the other casters didn't want to take, and then I would get reps. Like you need practice. So it's like this weird chicken and an egg thing where you need to be making work for yourself, right? So I ended up making this show too. And the main idea.
Yeah, the thing is, obviously, he found what worked for him, and so did Mizkif found what worked for him. Asmon found what worked for him. And the thing is like, it's not about, like, obviously we can learn from other streamers, and, you know, obviously, you know, sometimes learn by, like, mimicking, and we find it our own version of it. But I feel like a lot of people just don't understand that there is no path towards what these streamers have. They created it through a bunch of different factors. Like, I mean, I didn't even know this about Rich, that he was like an MLG caster. That's how he made his name, and I just now learned this. And so it's like there's things you learn that, you know, it's like everybody has a different path. There's no single path. There's no guarantee. You just, like, do your thing, and whatever ends up working for me, probably OnlyFans. Hey, I mean, I'm a trans woman, okay? Sex work is kind of... It's a cliche. I mean, it's a meme for a reason. You know, trans women are just considered automatically associated with sex work, because a lot of the time that's usually the only way people could express themselves was through sex work, for the longest time in history of society. There's other situations, like there was in some, like, indigenous cultures, there was, like, you know, trans people, you know, not what we would know as trans. It was different cultures, and so there's different sense of identity, different sense of self, and some people were considered like a third gender, and they usually became healers, like, you know, shamans and all that kind of stuff, priestesses, all that kind of stuff.
The idea was, like, how do we make a D&D campaign that people can jump in at any single time, know what we're doing in D&D, play D&D with us in some capacity, make characters.
You remind me of Justin Roiland. He does kind of look like Justin Roiland, doesn't he?
Make scenarios, and that was how we made this.
If we roll your
We ran this for a little while. Did you ever meet Sundance? Yeah, Sundance, like, was my boss. Yeah.
Tonight, I get to play a big baby.
Do you have any idea who's going to be the OTK?
Tonight, that's me.
The OTK TM? I think we're going to switch it up like we did here.
Submitted scenario that we spin on a wheel.
Dude, Nolan, thank you.
You play like
thanks for half a year.
Okay, so tonight's theme.
Okay, do you guys see what I was talking about with, like long hair doesn't necessarily feminize you? Like, this guy, like, I feel so much dysphoria, like, right now, because he has similar hair to the way I do. The way that hair like falls on, like.
Okay, so tonight's theme.
But yes.
But, like, look at her. Like, she even has her hair up compared to him. She has her hair up, and you can definitely not. And it's like, you can tell that, you know, there's gendering. Like, you can gender him, and you can gender her. Whoops.
You play like.
Thanks for half a year.
I mean, I'm assuming he, him, and she, her. I'm assuming, but like,
tonight, that's me.
Like, you know, you see how the hair falls off the side of his face? That's what I need to change with surgery, because I do not want to look like that. I want to look like, I want to look more like.
KTM. I think we're gonna switch it up like we did here.
Submitted scenario.
Do you have any idea who's gonna be the OTK?
Tonight, that's me.
The OTK TM. I think we're gonna switch it up like we did here.
Scenario that we spin on a wheel.
Dude, Nolan, thank you.
You play like.
Thanks for.
Yeah, see, like with her, like, she has her hair pulled up even, but like, you can see her face shape and the way her hair fits her head. Like, you can you gender her as female and you gender him as male. I'm assuming he, him pronouns. I'm assuming she, her pronouns.
Half a year.
Okay, so tonight's theme.
But yeah, so
I mean, there's a difference. It's subtle, but like the way your hair falls on your face.
Basically,
like, if because my hair falls more like his, it gives me a lot of gender dysphoria.
We did this, and MLG was
because like the length of your hair isn't necessarily what will gender you. Like, you can have long hair and still be gendered male. You can have short hair and still be gendered as female. And obviously this is in the social binary, but, you know, the social binary does exist, okay? Like, people are considered feminine or masculine, and that's just kind of how it works. It's bimodal. People are breaking out of it, but honestly, I think it's good because the gender norms and stuff have changed. Like, it's not considered super girly. I mean, first of all, in the olden days, being manly was considered, like, having long hair was like long golden locks or whatever. Having super long hair, and, you know, was considered masculine for the longest time. high heels were actually designed for men. You know, like fashion and the way people, like, you know, gender people changes with society. And nowadays the lines are blurring because we're like, hey, you're your gender regardless of what you're wearing. Like, and people are understanding it now. And I don't know, it's one of those things.
Super cool. And they actually let us use their studio. So we had a full studio that we actually used, and, you know, got comfortable in the studio, got better and better. And yeah, that was that. Like, that helped me get my agent, because then people were watching the stream. They saw that. My agent didn't get me work for a very long time, but then he ended up becoming one of my best friends, and he's helped me a whole bunch with getting the org off the ground and everything. And like, he ended up literally becoming one of my best friends. Has helped me every single step of the way. But he signed me when I had like 200 followers, and he was just like, yo, one day you're gonna, like, I believe in you, which was crazy. Having people believe in me was huge. But I ended up getting the...
Yeah, I mean, not many people show up on my stream, but I have people who do believe in me very much. And it's not, you know, obviously I have to build it myself. Nobody's going to help me grow. I mean, it might happen, but you never know. Like, it would be nice to be able to work with somebody who knows what they're doing to help steer me in the right direction. But that's an extremely dedicated thing that, like, you'd have to pay someone to do, most likely, and very, 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 very unlikely that it would happen for me. But it would be nice if, like somebody like took me under their wing, and like, but I'm not going to expect that. I don't plan for that. I'm on my own. I'm going to do my best with what I have. I'm going to try to improve what I have. I'm just going to constantly try to improve. That's, you know, and whatever sticks, sticks. Whatever doesn't stick, doesn't stick, you know. I'm still going to do my thing and try my best, okay? And there's a lot of different things I could be doing that I'm not doing right now. But like I said earlier, I'm so focused on my mental health and my personal, like, you know, my making sure I have SSI and that I can move out of my dad's eventually, hopefully. Oh God, it's such a mess. Like, it's so expensive to live, you know?
The first league I got was Smite. So I grinded Smite, I did a full Smite league, and then after that, World of Warcraft finally came. I casted World of Warcraft. I begged and I begged and I begged. They let me cast, and they said, you get one series. You get one set. I have one set. Don't blow it. And it's a tri-cast. And I was in between Benruki and Vihel. And I felt like they hated me. I go off after the set, and I ask Olivia, who's in charge of the program, how are you doing? Or how did I do? And she goes, great. She was like, would you want to do a European show? And I go, yeah, when is it? And she goes, don't worry about it. You're on for another set. I casted the rest of the night, tri-cast. The next day, I'm on a plane to Ukraine for the European show. I landed.
Holy shit, that's crazy.
Got off the plane, and for 15 hours.
I couldn't even imagine how I would be able to deal with that. I know that I could. And I would, you know, if something like that happened in my life, like where I could do something that people want me to do and can give me work, like that's something that like right now, I feel so like fucked up because of the whole SSI process. Because here's the deal. It's not that I can't work. It's that I can't reliably work. But hopefully I can build something that I can reliably do. And that's why I'm doing streaming and content creation in general. Because hopefully I can make something work. If I can make anything work, it's probably going to be related to this. Because there's just such a blank canvas. You know, if I want to write music, I can do it here on stream. And then I could like release that. And if I can build an audience, then I can do anything that I want, really. Like if I can build up a reliable enough audience, then it frees me up to be able to do the things that I want to do most, and it frees me to do the things that I'm going to enjoy the most, and then I'm going to get the most work for, and be able to actually do the work instead of just forcing myself into a circle into a square peg or whatever, or a square peg into a circle, whatever. That's what the world wants from me. The problem is until I have I need SSI, because if I fail at work, I will be screwed. So I can't rely on work. I have to rely on, well, obviously I can try. I'm going to keep trying for the rest of my life. I'm going to try to make something work. But even if I do make something work temporarily, it doesn't. I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep that up. I'm going to crash at some point, this isn't going to say. This isn't to say that I've given up before I started, which is what a lot of people accuse me of. They say like, "Oh, you gave up before you try." Like, of course you're going to fail with that attitude. And it's like, no, it's not like that. It's that I can do it sometimes, and I can do it really well sometimes, maybe even a lot of the time. But there's always that risk that I'll lose it, that I'll lose the job, that I'll lose everything. And if I don't have a safety net of like SSI, I will be $0 income. And so that's why I need to build something like YouTube and OnlyFans, is because I could be making money through evergreen content that people are going to continue to watch and buy. And if I do that, then I'll be able to have that time off. Obviously, sometimes are worse than others. Sometimes I can barely make anything for like a month or longer. So that's why I need like a guaranteed income. Because obviously, you know, you get the income for SSI until you don't need it, and it's there for when you do need it. Because they don't give it to you if you make a certain amount of money, but that's good because it means you're making more money. Like, but if I suddenly can't handle it anymore, I need to have that safety net. And of course, the better, you know, I feel like I can learn how to be very good with my money once I start getting a actual income from my work. So I feel like I'd be able to create safety nets for myself eventually. But the thing is, you need a certain volume of income before that can be a case. It's really, really, really tough right now. Really tough because I have no footing as a content creator. Once I get my footing, I feel like I can keep myself afloat.
Hours.
But the thing is, getting to that point is like the impossible part. Because most people will fail. And I know this. I'm not deluded.
15-hour show. 5 commercial breaks. Casted with Healing Stat. And that was when Healing Stat and I became friends. And
see, like, I'm already getting like some panic attacks because he's talking about going to work, right?
That moment, that was when I started to become a good caster. After that, I was on every single World of Warcraft show for 3 years, maybe 4. Same time, I was doing Call of Duty. Eventually, at one point, I started doing H1Z1 as well. When I was doing H1Z1, this is how, and also, I was doing Allcraft. So, Hadid came up with the idea of Allcraft after I started doing everything with WoW, and he was basically like, hey, do you want to do a podcast about World of Warcraft? And I said, hell yeah. And he was like, okay, it'll be you, me, and Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo.
Yeah, the self-made stories are so inspiring. One of the chat members said, it's just like, I hope I can be one of those stories. Like, it'd be nice to like say like, hey guys, it was rough as fuck, but now we're here and we're flying. Like, I can't wait to get to that point. I can't wait. It'd be so fucking amazing to be that person, you know? Especially as a trans woman. Like, I mean, just the idea of like other trans people seeing me have success, that actually drives me more than a lot of things. Because I feel like I have a responsibility. I want to help trans people, but there's nothing I can do. But if I had a platform, at least I could help people feel better. I might not be able to make social change, but I can be the change. Say like, hey, like, I can do it too. It's not just cisgender males, you know, it's not just a random few successful women. You know, not only if I can make success, I would not only be a successful woman, I would also be a successful trans person, which is it's unheard of. Maybe, you know, I'm not going to expect mega success, but honestly, it would be like so freaking amazing for trans people if I could get to like where like OTK is. If I could get to the top, not necessarily with streaming, just like top in general. Like, if I could get up there, it's not about money. Obviously, money's great. It's just about, like, influence and, like, how many people... I know people meme about influence, like, what is influence, you know? It's not a real job, is what people say. And it's like, it is. They're entertainers, but not only that, like, look at all these people in chat, and I understand that, like, yeah, sometimes people have, you know, too much addiction to watching Twitch and stuff. You know, look what Rich did for his life, you know? It's like he went to MLG and he did all that, and now he's here talking about it, and it's like... If I could do something like that for myself, I feel like it would help a lot more people than just me. And so I feel like a responsibility to trans people everywhere that I need to push. I need to put myself at the forefront. Everyone needs to like associate me with like successful trans people. Like, that's my goal. Because there's so few of us. And the people who do have like a huge spotlight, 2 of them are like Republicans and like super conservative and just idiotic. You know, Caitlyn Jenner and Blair White. But there's some amazing trans women like Samantha Lux, and there's a trans man named Jamie. His name is Jammy Dodgers on YouTube. I forgot what his full name is. He's so cool. Oh, Jamie Rains. He's amazing. Just like amazing content. Jammy Dodger. Oh, oops. Yeah, and so things are like different but the same for trans men. Yeah, I mean, he's super awesome. I love his energy. He's great.
It's my 7 months on TV.
Yeah, 7 months. Then here's like
I've
today.
seen somebody do like a wrap up and a look back on the transition from the start.
Yeah, so I feel like people really glow up, and honestly, I'm kind of jealous of like, I'm not jealous because he looks masculine, but I'm jealous of trans men because like they take tea and they like most people would not misgender him. Like, honestly, like even with his voice.
To what they felt like was the finish for them.
Like, I doubt anybody would misgender him unless they knew he was trans. Like I kind of feel like, it is like a process. I mean, there he is when he was like a kid, before tea and stuff. So it's like, it took him a long time to make this video, because I remember he talked about it. But it's like he felt like a very, because seeing pictures of yourself and videos of yourself pre-transition is extremely unsettling. Because it's like you don't want to hate that person, but you hate that person. Because it's not that you were a bad person necessarily. It's just like you hate like the feelings that you had, that it's like PTSD surrounding your gender. So when you see pictures of yourself pre-transition, it like reminds you of all the pain that you experienced. And a lot of the time you weren't even aware of the pain, but now you're definitely aware of it.
He was going to maybe do the show with us, and Sidu ended up deciding he didn't want to do a podcast. So me and Hadid go, okay, we will end up doing the show, just me and Hadid, and we'll have a guest on. And our first guest for the podcast was a guy named Asmongold. Just some small 2K viewer streamer. And, man, it was the first episode was so much fun. And at the very end of the episode, he goes, dude, what time next week, boys? He invited himself to be a co-host of the podcast, and he became my best friend.
Jesus Christ, that's crazy. I didn't know that story. I know that like they were best friends. I didn't know that story. Wow.
And to quote him, I believe you would say, "There it is, dude." Becomes my best.
There it is, dude. I know it. You know it. We all know it.
Best friend.
It's your boy, Asmongold.
We work on the podcast for years.
These people make me so happy. Like, just know, like, they feel like obviously, you know, the parasocial thing. It feels like you know them. You really don't. There's even a Star Trek TNG episode. I think Geordie LaForge, LeVar Burton, his character, Geordie LaForge, I feel like he has a parasocial addiction. There's a couple episodes where it's really apparent. Like where he creates a holodeck character based on a real person, and there's another one where he watches all the, it's basically a Twitch stream. He watches all the personal logs of a person who, I don't want if he was assigned to watch all of her VODs, all of her personal logs, and it was like he developed a parasocial relationship. It was I feel like I know her, and it's that's kind of what it is though. When you put yourself out there for many hours at a time, people really do latch on to your personality, and obviously there's a healthy way and an unhealthy way. But these streamers just make me feel so happy. They feel like people I would know in my real life. And they remind me of my own friends, and it makes me feel better about my own friends. And then sometimes I feel bad because I'm like, why do I pay more attention to these people than my own friends? But then again, my friends are always busy and don't really have time for me. And so I try to make new friends, but it's COVID. And it's okay, well, I can watch these streamers. And it's just people like Asmin and Rich and just all OTK members. And, the first streamers that I kind of got I don't want to say parasocial. It's because I don't really consider it parasocial. I think it's mostly I'm inspired by these streamers. And I think the first streamers were the Botez sisters, particularly Alexandra. It's just I felt very I don't know. It's I can just understand what people say, and it's just it feels like somebody I can relate to someone, and I don't know, it is what it is, okay, but it's just I've separated myself a bit from them, from the Botez sisters. I feel like I've kind of gotten involved too much in their community, and also I spammed Alexandra on DMs, but she said it was okay. I didn't feel good about it. I didn't feel good about being this person who's not obsessed, but the appearance of being obsessed with somebody. And in a way, I've talked to my therapist a little bit about it. I'm like, why am I so obsessed with this woman? It's not that I'm obviously she's an attractive woman. It's not like that. I think it's ridiculous to lust after people online. I mean, you're never going to be with them. I mean, you might, but come on. That's not something you aim for, okay? You shouldn't be aiming for that anyway. You should just be a person and enjoy people's company. But honestly, I'm just obsessed with this woman, for the longest time. And obviously, I highly respect her and her career, and her sister and her career. And, they've been, blasting off. But it's been from, a point of view of, I'm cheering them on. And, I'm inspired by them. They make me feel like I can be a better person. They also have been very kind to me. They're the only streamers who've actually talked to me, which is kind of special. I don't want to dox too much, but it's just I think it's honestly probably because I'm so openly trans, and I've also been very open about my experiences on Discord, and I don't know if she's read every single message, but I'm pretty sure she's read them. And she just doesn't respond to them. She told me that too. I kind of don't want to leak this, but she did talk to me on Discord for 5 minutes, because I was having a suicidal time, and I called, and she was like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Okay, I don't want to dox that." Okay, so it's just it makes me feel like I'm not ignored. When streamers, even just saying your name, I know the feeling, okay? But obviously that's not enough. It'll never be enough. Okay, so being on Twitch for 14 hours a day, watching your favorite streamer in chat, that's not going to do anything for your life. There's real connections that you can make in your real life. Even online, you can make connections with people. The streamers are entertainers. Entertainment is a broad subject. Sometimes entertaining is just talking with your chat. about like your life, or talking about topics that are relevant to the chat, or even talking with an individual chat member. Like that's entertainment. But like the thing is it's something that helps you remind you that other people, that there's more. And obviously, you know, they're going to do what they do, just like I do what I do. Whatever people get out of it is what they get out of it. So it's like, if somebody is like, I am trying to put myself out there for, like, you know, hopefully I can make something for myself and hopefully inspire someone else in the future. Say like, oh wow, look, she made it. And then they think they can do it too. And then it's not whether or not you make it or not, whatever that means, but it just gives you that little bit of hope that like life is worth living. You know, when you see a streamer that like you relate to and you're like, hey, I felt that way too. There's a difference between that and having a parasocial addiction. When you have a parasocial addiction, it's like you feel like you're actually friends with that person. And I think that's like a delusion. I think when I think of parasocial problems, I feel like it's a delusion that people have. I don't have any delusions. These are streamers. These are famous people. I admire them. And, you know, that's kind of what, like, we found out in therapy. Like, you know, we worked through that. I was like, because I kept blaming myself. I kept judging myself. I kept saying, like, oh, God, am I just like all those people who are addicted to, you know, like, oh, God. And it's like, I'm like, Santa Claus isn't real. Like, you know, like, oh, the Botez sisters, you know, don't care about me. They just say that. And it's like, they're actually secretly like scared of me or whatever. And I kept judging myself. And then I was like, oh God, I'm a weirdo. Like, why am I trying to talk to this woman? Like, I'm not as famous as her. I'm not as successful as her. She's this amazing businesswoman. And like very smart with what she does, and she's like kept her brand intact despite a sharp increase in fame. I feel like they're exhausted now. They did the World Chess Championship. They did like so much traveling. I feel like they're in like a period of like, we're not going live. I at some point I stopped going to their streams because I felt like, you know what, I need to do my thing. And, you know, I feel like a lot of people will eventually get there, and not everybody's ready. So I think you should people should stop judging people for having parasocial connections, because eventually, you know, it's not your job. It's not your job to police other people's mental health. It's just not. You don't know. And first of all, you don't know enough about the person to know it works, how things are for them, because something might have the appearance of being toxic or being a problem, but it really isn't, and sometimes vice versa. Or it's exactly what it looks like, you know? There's so many different factors, and I don't think any person can determine, like, oh, you have a problem, you need to stop watching Twitch. It's like, no, like, we're all on Twitch together at the moment. Some of us just kind of, like, you know, chill out for a few minutes, and then we, like, head out and do our own thing. Like, that's what I do. I mostly watch Twitch through YouTube, ironically. Like right now, like I don't watch Rich Campbell's stream. I don't watch Mizkif streams. I don't even watch Botez live streams. Like I'll pop in and say hi to chat and say hi to them. And obviously I understand, you know, I use Discord for the more personal stuff, but even then I'm trying to use Discord less and less for my personal stuff because it just makes me exhausted. Not only that, I feel like some people feel like they enjoy it or they inspired by it or whatever, because I share my life in a way that most people don't. Usually only streamers do. And I'm not a famous streamer, but I'm streaming, and I'm streaming my thoughts. And I've been doing that since I was like 3 years old. So I feel like this is the perfect job for me if I can make it work. But the problem is making it work. It's like almost impossible. And I don't know. I just, this year is going to be really tough, and maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe something will strike, you know, maybe something will work. Even during my half-assed attempts at just showing up, you know, at the very least I show up. You know, I'm here. I've been here for 5 hours talking the whole time. Like, that's not something that most people can do. But I did it. It might not be very entertaining. Nobody's watching. 3 people are watching. I don't want to say nobody because you people are people, okay? Just because you're not talking doesn't mean you're not real. And you don't, you know, you do things in your own way, okay? I mean, they also might be view bots, or they might be lurking. You know, there's so many different factors. I don't like setting things in stone, you know, like things are the way they are. And the thing is I think I have a healthy approach to content creation. I'm not expecting anything. I'm not trying to get something from somebody. I'm just doing my thing. And if I can make that work for me, I think I'm going to thrive. And also, I think that I'm very open-minded, and I feel like I get along with people well, despite my autism issues. I feel like, obviously, like, if I started getting, like, more viewers, it would take me a bit to get used to it. But I feel like, you know, especially, like, you know, being in this, like, if Ms. Kiff called me, like, on Discord, I feel like I'd be hella nervous. But the thing is you work through the nervousness. You don't push it away. You let it happen. Just like with music, when you're doing a gig or when you're doing a performance, like you have a concert or something, you're gonna be uncomfortable. You're gonna be nervous. And the best thing to do is not to try to not be nervous. You have to be nervous. You have to feel it. You have to know what it feels like and be uncomfortable with and be comfortable with discomfort. I think that's the biggest thing about being a performer, because you're always going to be nervous. You're always going to be uncomfortable. And, you know, I feel like once you start getting super comfortable, you kind of run the risk of being too comfortable. You know what I mean? Like, you need to have that feeling of like butterflies in your stomach, but you get used to it and you get better at it. And you might even use it as a tool to your advantage. So I feel like, yeah, I'm not very funny. Especially when I try to be funny. I'm usually only funny when I'm just like having a good time and just being myself. It's hard to get there, okay? Sometimes I'm thinking way too much. But the thing is, that's not a usual. It's extremely unlikely. It's extremely unlikely to have a successful career as a streamer or content creator, and that's my dilemma, because I'm very equipped mentally to do it. Like, you know, I'm like, it's just, I've always been this way since I was like 3 years old. And when I was in elementary school, I always wanted to be the center of attention. When I was in middle school, high school, like, I got into music because I wanted to be a performer on stage. I wanted to be a famous musician. Obviously, you know, things change, and not really. The thing is like, I didn't know what I wanted. I thought I knew, but like, that's a good start. But like, the way to become a I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right back. Oh, okay, we're back. Yeah, sorry about that. I got a phone call. It was about the PayPal thing from earlier. I think that was just a message they sent because I already did what they asked. I just had to log in and do that, but I already did that this morning. So, yeah, we haven't even played League yet. Jeez. But no, I do think that like there is a healthy way to feel like the connection that people have, because these are entertainers, these are people just doing their thing, and I feel like they aren't your friends, they're friendly, but they're not your friends. They're kind of like coworkers. Even if you're not a streamer, they're kind of like coworkers. They're like people that are just like I respect their work. But that being said, like it still feels like they're your friend sometimes. And as long as you understand like the difference, I feel like you're not really doing. You're not being parasocial. You're being like just a fan. But then again, that being said, these streamers inspire me to do better. They inspire me to be a better person. They inspire me to work on my career and do better content. I feel like I can never live up to them, but I also have to be kind to myself because these people have been doing it for a long time, and they've had a lot of practice, and they were awkward too. They were Rebecca Lawrence before, okay? Doesn't mean that I'm gonna be just like them. Like that's a misconception. Like I said, it's almost impossible to make it as a streamer or a content creator, especially like in the way that these people are. I mean, shit, Rich is still growing. 55K subscribers on his YouTube. He's still growing. I consider him extremely successful, though, not because of his view count or his sub count, but because of everything that he's done. Now finding out about the MLG stuff and the origins, with Asmon, that's crazy. That's not why he's these viewers, this isn't 55K subscribers. I mean, that's a lot, but compared to people who have million subscribers plus, if you only looked at someone's subscriber count or viewer count, maybe he made a new YouTube channel, I don't know. But if you only look at view count or sub count, okay, 22K views, okay, for in 2 years, or one, almost two, almost 2 years. Oh no, almost a little over a year. A little over a year ago, a year and 2 months ago, he made this video, only got 22K. Okay, so if you only look at views and subs, you're gonna say, oh wow, he's a nobody. It's no, he's not a nobody. He was connected to all these people in pro gaming and streaming. He's one of the co-founders of OTK, a new org that's gonna annihilate the fucking entire landscape of streaming and own everything, which is amazing. I think OTK is the future, honestly. Because it's they're not just about gaming, they're just streamers. It's just people. And I feel eventually people are going to realize parasocial, there's a reason why we gravitate towards people, because we care about people. And it's not necessarily that you want to be friends with that person. You need to understand that there's a difference. That the reason you're drawn to them is because you're inspired by them, because they're entertaining. And that feeling might be confusing to you if you don't really have that, if you don't really have connections in your own life. And it's really hard. It's hard for me to make new friends. I can get along with people. I work well with people, apparently. Although I can't work a job for different reasons. And then I don't work well with people when they push all my buttons and force me to do things that I can't do. beyond my. See, it's not that I can't do it; it's that I can't do it and maintain my mental health. And my mental health is, if it gets worse, if I sacrifice my mental health to do something, it's going to hurt me in the long run. So I can't force myself to go to like an hourly job. I don't need to defend myself. I am disabled. My doctors know that I'm disabled. And the only thing we're waiting for is the decision by a judge, which I'm pretty damn sure is going to be in my favor. But I don't know. It's just there's something about it. Like, when people they feel so like there's thing about streaming, especially, is like it feels like they're in your life, but they're not. They probably most likely don't even know you exist. They'll know like maybe your username but even then, they have like tons and tons of people that they see in their chat, and they're just like text on a screen. And even if you're another content creator, like they probably like don't really like. I don't know. It's like it's a thing where like about them, but they don't know about you. And so maybe that'll change if you become like at their level. I don't expect to be friends with like OTK members. It'd be cool to work with them. I don't expect that either. It'd be nice though. It'd be nice to like work with OTK, not because they have clout. It's because I respect what they do. I mean, obviously because they have clout. Let's not lie to ourselves. Okay, obviously because they have clout, but obviously that would be anybody. If there was anybody I would want, any org that I would want to work with as like if I was like at their level or burgeoning, if I was burgeoning like as a content creator, which is not now. I'm not at the burgeoning point yet. Like when you actually start building momentum and you kind of just like started out, like you got to level 20. Like I'm still getting to level 20 basically. I'm still in the free trial, I feel like that. Obviously, if it was just about clout, then I wouldn't care which streamer it was. But like people like Rich or like Mizkif or like Asmon, or like S-Fan, and then like the OTK and friends, like the Soda Poppin' House and all that, like Nick and Milena, like they just seem like genuinely good people. And obviously a lot of other streamers are too, like Pokimane and like I said, the Botez sisters. Really fun to meet Justa Minx. That'd be really fun. I'm sure we could talk. I'm I don't want to assume things, but I'm sure it would be a fun time. I could be your designated driver, I guess. I kid, like I don't know. It's just like noticing, like OTK isn't just restricting themselves to their own isolated thing. Like they're working with like members of Envy, and like they work with other streamers like Pokimane, and like it's not just about like them. It's about like they're an org, but like they're not just an org. It's people. And we're all just people, and I feel like I'd rather work with people that I genuinely feel like they care. And obviously it's still, obviously you can only do so. It's never going to be the same as like real life. Maybe it could be. I don't know. I don't expect. It's not about friends. Like that's something you can't control. You become friends. You don't make a friend. People say, "Oh, make a friend today." No, you become friends, or you don't, and it doesn't always work out. And I think getting rid of expectations, especially in an industry where it's like everybody's trying to make a buck or whatever. Your coworkers, okay, but it doesn't mean you have to be like rude to each other. You can still be friendly with each other, and it's honestly, I don't think I would be able to differentiate. Like mentally, like I feel like I would feel as if they were my friends, even if I would understand that it's it's content, but at the same time, for me, work is life. Like I like work. I like working the things that I can do, like music, or doing the stream or stuff like that. Playing, talking with people. Like these are things that like, even if it's for content, I still enjoy it and feel and I can still feel like like a connection with people over time. And I don't know. I'm assuming a lot of things based on just what I've seen from these other streamers. I honestly don't know what will work for me. Because I can make some money, but like I'm also trying to build a platform for myself. Build a career for myself that's not just based on one platform, like honestly, like I might do really well on OnlyFans over time, especially after I make more content. But I want more than that. I don't want to just be an OnlyFans girl. I also want to be like a YouTuber. I also want to be a streamer. I also want to do collabs with people. It'd be so great to collab with OTK. Like honestly, I would have a blast because obviously there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes and rehearsal probably, and a lot of these people are skilled. They probably improvise a lot, and I have a lot of practice improvising. I actually am terrible at rehearsing. With music, it's different. I don't know why. I think it's because my whole life I've been a musician. But like anything else, like especially like, it's really hard for me to collab with people on stream because like when I do my stream, I'm kind of in my own flow, and it's rude to me. It's rude. I consider it rude to try to do my own thing when somebody else is involved, because I feel like we have to work together. I can't just talk over people. I can't just do when it's just me on my stream, that's one thing. If I go on somebody else's stream, that's different. It's like you're in their house, right? Like you're at their workplace. Like you're not in your own environment. You're in a shared environment. And it's not even a shared environment. It's an environment that someone invited you into. So it's like, I feel like you have to like match the context, and obviously I don't think, I don't know. I literally don't know. I'm just guessing on what I've seen from all these streamers, and I think it's amazing what they do. And I think anybody who criticizes what they do has no idea the impact that they have on people. That so many people show up to this chat, even if it's only temporary, even if it's only for a few seconds or a few minutes, they feel like somebody acknowledges them as a human being. And that can make the difference between somebody who ends up giving up on themselves and somebody who picks themselves up. Is like when you have somebody like, for me, it was Alexandra Botez, who actually notices you as a person and talks to you, even if it's through the stream or even if it's just a limited amount of communication on Discord. Which I feel I actually kind of feel bad for doxing it, but I don't think she would mind. And also, like, it's not something I wouldn't leak the DMs, so it's like I can't confirm it, so you just have my word anyway. And also, she could always say like, "Oh, Rebecca's lying. She's a total bitch." I'm like, "I'm sorry, I did that." Okay, yeah, sorry, Miss Botez. She's just, I don't know. It's like I feel like, even though I do, like I said, I do know that they're not my friends, but they're friendly, and they do. I think, contrary to popular belief, I do think that these streamers care. That they actually care about their viewers individually, especially ones who are very open about themselves, like me. I'm basically their streamer, if that makes any sense. Like, even though, like, I don't know, it's like when people show up to my chat, sometimes people talk about their life too, and I'm like, wow, like, they're streaming to me, like, through their text in the chat. Like, we're streaming to each other. Hey, Egberto. We're just talking about parasocial relationships, and I've been doing React content. I've been just watching you. I've been doing React content for like 5 hours. We haven't even played a single game of League today. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh, it's good to see you, Egbert. It's, Yeah, I know it's been a while since we talked. It's really good to see you here again. Hope you're doing well this year. Hopefully this year goes better. This year I'm in February 24th. I'm having my orchiectomy, which is you get the testicles and the spermatic cord out of there. I also have my consultation in early February for the full bottom surgery. But I'm going to be getting the orchiectomy because it's going to be like 6 to 9 months before I can have the full bottom surgery. So I want to get that out of the way. I think I'm going to feel a lot better getting those things out of there. They just get in the way. They're just annoying. They can be painful. It's like I need those things gone. And obviously I'm going for the full surgery anyway, but I don't want to wait another 9 months if I have the opportunity to just take a 30-minute procedure. I am getting stressed out about it, but I've been doing visualization exercises. My therapist walked me through, like just imagining, like, getting in the car and feeling relaxed. Being totally relaxed, like imagining myself feeling relaxed and what it feels like and what it looks like around me. And I was actually surprised at how good I could do that. Yeah, League is pretty fun. I like it. I'm playing Shyvana jungle now. I'm kind of focusing on her for a while, and I really like playing it. And I think it's teaching me a lot about the game in general. So if I play, I'm using like a fill alternate, so I can just play any other lane if I don't get assigned jungle on ranked or on draft. Conan Exiles. You like building dollhouses and dressing my dollies scantily? That is a thing. Yeah, I don't. I'm not really focused on content nowadays. I'm just going through so much stress. I just had my SSI hearing in January 6th, which is a really ominous. Well, I know Egg. Well, I don't want to dox you, but Egbert's been here before. I went a 5-minute tangent. It wasn't 5 minutes. That is funny though, S-Jam. That's kind of funny. Right now, I'm just kind of chilling. I'm not really focusing on making content. Not even, I'm really just interacting with my fans, on my OnlyFans. I'm not really making. You're not a distraction. We're doing nothing. It's good that you're a distraction. I'm not recording anything. I'm not editing anything. I'm not making any meaningful content on Twitch. Or my stream. I'm just trying to get through this really difficult time of my life, and I have a lot of stuff coming up, like that surgery, and then I have another surgery, and then I have another surgery, and then we're done with that. And it's going to be all year. There's going to be a lot of waiting. So the waiting time, I might be able to make some content. But I'm starting to grow, my OnlyFans is really good. Make $20 to $40 a month. And that doesn't sound like much, and but I need to think of it from a business standpoint. I went from $0 a month to 20 to 40. That's and I can make more if I do another platform, but that requires a lot of. I can't always do that, and it requires hours of dedication. Best wishes for your convalescences. Yeah, my OnlyFans is doing well, but Yeah, it's going to be a lot of recuperation. It's probably not, from what I've heard, it's not as crazy as it might seem. It's just there's a critical moment. There's a critical time period after bottom surgery. The first month is the first week is most critical. The first week, well, first of all, you stay in the hospital for 5 days or something like that, and then the first week after the hospital. is like the most critical, and then the first month is like, you know, a little less critical, but it's still critical. And it's, you know, from what I've heard from people, like the second and third months are a lot better, and it's just more of like dilating. It's more of maintenance, like because you know there's going to be dilating. I'm not going to be able to use it sexually. I don't know when my clitoris will be used. I'm sorry for the frank language, but you know, I don't know when my clitoris will be usable, but I hope not too long. Because I at least want to use that. Okay, I don't want to, you know, eventually I'll be able to use the rest, you know, the canal. But like, I would definitely like, you know, at some point, hopefully not too long of a wait. You know what I mean? But yeah, sorry for the frank discussion. That's kind of what we do here sometimes. And yeah, like I've had a lot of self-discovery. I was able to start doing sex work online after like a lot of back and forth between like whether or not I'd want to do it and trying it out, like, you know, anonymously a bit. And I really like it, but I can't always do it. And so that's why it's good that I started OnlyFans, because otherwise just camming, that's just, it's a lot of work. I can make money, like I can make like $100+ in a day, but I have to actually be there to do that. I can't make that if I'm not there. That's how it works. But, you know, I also, like I said, just the stress of everything has been really big. I have really not had the energy to do anything. I quit pot today. I was smoking a lot, like pot, for the last 4 months because I've just been so stressed out. But like then it starts to stress me out, and then also it kind of makes it harder to like want to make content because I don't know. I've just been so stuck in like the same like stress. It's just been like all encompassing. Like my whole life has been about. Especially the past two and a quarter years, like starting my transition, going to therapy, going to my SSI hearing after like 2 years of effort, trying to gather all the information, going through all my trauma, all my past trauma, and all the things that like activate my PTSD and all that kind of stuff over and over again because I have to repeat myself to different people because they had to restart the application. There's so much shit going on with SSI. And then I finally had the hearing and like a 40-minute phone call after like 2 calls of preparation with my lawyer and with my casework, my mental health worker and my therapist constantly every week working on this, and then finally going through the hearing, and now it's like not in, you know, now it's out of my hands. But my doctor's super confident, and from what I heard at the hearing, it would be pretty fucking cruel if they denied it to me, because there was a hypothetical person who is eligible for exactly 0 employment. It doesn't mean it's forever, but it does mean that like I'm pretty damn sure I'm gonna get it. It would be pretty cruel if they told me that and then denied me basic income. But, you know, I feel like things are going to get a lot better soon. It's just I'm really exhausted. I feel like I've been going through so much. Like I've just been constantly on edge, and I feel like after that hearing, it was like I just like went to bed. I was like in bed the rest of the day. Like, and the next day I was like so exhausted. I was like, I've been working up to that for like 2 years, and now it's over. And hopefully it's over. Hopefully I don't have to do another appeal after 3 denials and then a hearing, you know? Yeah, there is going to be lots of recuperation, which is another big deal why it's important that I, you know, quit pot now, because I was smoking for 4 months and it's just no good. And also the tolerance, you know, you get so much of a tolerance, it basically doesn't do anything. Not only that, but like it does cost money, but like somebody did give me a bag of it, and I was just about to quit, but I was like, oh, now I can't quit because this person gave me a giant bag of weed. And so I used up all that, and now it's all gone. I scraped up the last of the resin yesterday, and you know, even before I think I did wean myself off, you know, because you know you get to the bottom of the bag and the resin, and it's like it's already so less potent at that point. Oh, what happened to Lee? What was that noise? Oh, somebody invited me. Anti-smite. I don't know about that. I don't know if I'm gonna play. I'm not even ready to play right now. An uplifting song. Can I share a link? Yeah. Yeah. Post links to Discord. Yeah, a lot of it is just like for the longest time I was afraid what other people would think. Like, you know, it is a little awkward. Like if people you know like are aware that you do sex work. But at the same time, I got over it. You know, why do I care what people think? You know, they're the weird ones. Like I'm just doing my thing. You know, I just enjoy my body. I work really hard for it, and I like feeling good and expressing my repressed sexuality in a way that can make me money and help me grow as a content creator, hopefully. You know, as a sex worker. So it's like doing sex work, like camming and OnlyFans, and I don't know. I have a lot of work to do in that area, but I feel like I can make something work. Just judging already by the people who, you know, will sub to me and interact with me. So it's like, it still has a lot of work, but like it's I can see it happening. As opposed to like with Twitch, where it's just like you know, streaming, like YouTube and Twitch, I feel like so far away. But like, you know, the OnlyFans, that feels close. Like I'm good at it. I mean, I'm not good, but like I'm a natural at it, and I'm getting to explore a side of me that I've avoided my whole life because of dysphoria and feeling disgusted by my body, and now I'm starting to feel good about my body. And there's going to be a huge there's going to be very few content being recorded for that this year because of surgeries, but hopefully I can find a good balance again afterwards and feel, you know, if I feel comfortable, can get back to it post-op. But you know, it's a thing. Maybe I'll be a porn star. I don't know. Oh, oops.
Stream WoW? Yeah, I did stream.
God damn it! I was watching the whole time and I forgot to turn the audio back on.
WoW. Then every Friday, I would sleep after I was done streaming, and then Saturday and Sunday I would cast WoW. Monday I would go to New York and I would do my job.
That's actually like crazy insane, like how busy this guy's been.
I could literally go Monday and I would do my actual job. I was still getting paid by MLG to do like the weekly videos and shit. And I basically would fly pretty much every day, yeah. And then after I recorded on Monday, I would fly back. Tuesday, I would start again. Then all of a sudden, I remember there was one night when I was in Texas. I was hosting South by Southwest with Alana Pierce, Charlana's art. And Asmund goes, "Yo, dude, you in fucking Texas, dude? Let's get some fucking food." And Asmund, who didn't have a sub button yet, Asmund says like, "You're in Texas, let's grab dinner." Asmund meets me for dinner. And he goes, "Hey, I want you to meet my friend S-Fan." S-Fan had never streamed on Twitch. I thought his name was Esteban for half.
So that's where that came from. That's where that came from.
The night. Cloaksy was there, who I had been friends with for. I thought his name was Esteban for half the night. Cloaksy was there, who I had been friends with for a long time. I casted over him in H1Z1. Soda Poppin was there, who was always super nice to me. But I was like, "Yo, Esteban, it's nice to meet you, man." Asmund didn't have a sub button. S-Fan didn't stream on Twitch yet. And on that night, S-Fan became one of my best friends.
Yeah, like that just sounds so great. Like I don't know, like okay, like I'm active in all their Discords, but like I'm not expecting them to like reach out to me or anything. That's ridiculous. But it would be so nice to actually meet these people. Like they just seem so genuine, and it seems like they actually care about people, and their values seem to line up exactly with mine. Like they want to make good content with their friends, and I don't know, maybe one day they'll be interested in me. I don't know.
A year after that, Asmon was a 20K Andy. S-Fan was like a 2K, 3K Andy, something like that. And I was casting pretty much every esport. And now, flash forward 2 years later, dude, Cam, thank you again. Flash forward another few years, we own an esports team together. Half the time I'm streaming, I'm over 3K viewers, and I haven't even gotten to stream recently because I was getting ready for the org. S-Fan's like a 7K Andy. Asmon's a 60K Andy.
Oh, this is when they just started OTK, huh? Wait. When did OTK start? November 2020 was when that was. Oh, it's like a month after OTK was founded. Yeah, over the knee. October 11th, 2020. As Ms. Esh and Rich Campbell tips out. We came up with this idea of making an org and building an org around our friends, building the org around friendship in general. Like, I like the idea of their values, you know? Obviously, you know, I can't expect to like be a part of their org, especially as a 0 viewer Andy, okay? But like, it's something that inspires me. You know, seeing them do that makes me want to do that with my friends. And maybe that could happen one day. I don't know. I'm going to try to build my own thing, and then, you know, hopefully that might make, you know, if I can make something for myself, maybe it'll make all my friends feel more comfortable to do stuff. Because I want to make stupid videos with my friends again, like we did in high school. I miss that so much. But because of, like, you know, one of them has a kid, like 2 kids. The other one has like a full-time job and like you know, his family and his girlfriend's family and like all of his gaming friends. And so it's like, I don't think at this moment, I think in order to get my friends to like collab with me, to like do the stuff that I want to do, I would have to have a platform first. I don't think they want to do it when I'm a 0 viewer Andy, okay? Like,
Andy. Everybody who for the org. S-Fan's like a 7K Andy. Asmon's a 60K Andy. Everybody who watched anything, anybody who was there any step of the way, thank you. Thank
you. You're welcome.
you.
It was all because of me. You would not exist, Rich Campbell, if it wasn't for me. Because I saw you. I created it. It's real. Yeah, I don't know why I'm still doing React stuff, okay? I don't know why I'm still reacting. It's my birthday. I can do what I want. If we get excited, we lose. Data. Thank you.
Well, right now, the U.S. is averaging twice as many new COVID cases every day.
Well, with that, we can actually play League instead of that. I'm so exhausted of hearing people like anti-vaxxers. They just make me feel so exhausted. You have to check it on the Magic Tournament. Well, best of luck with you on your Magic Tournament. Yeah, my life is actually going in a good direction. This year is actually going to be really amazing. Okay, like I know it seems like forever away. February 24th is only like a month and like a week, like a month and 10 days away, like a month and 9 days away. Okay, like. You know, I'm going to feel a lot better after that. I mean, it's going to be a little bit, you know, like a couple days or a week of like discomfort, you know, after, but there's going to be a lot more room down there. It's going to be nicer, okay? Like they don't take the tissue because they save it for they save the tissue for the rest of the bottom surgery. I still don't know if they're going to use the robot assisted one or they're going to use the traditional one. They still do the like the vulvoplasty part is the same, like the inversion part, but then instead of using the graft from the like I think it allows them to use the scrotal tissue more for the labia, and they can use the abdomen lining for the lining at the end, at the deepest part of the canal. Anyway, that's probably not something that anybody wants to talk about, except for me. But it's my stream. Deal with it. We're gonna talk about vaginas, okay? We talk about vaginas over here, okay? Makes you uncomfortable, then fuck you. You're sexist. No, I'm just kidding. No, you're misogynist. In fact, you know, not everybody... Actually, no, that's actually a misnomer. Because not everybody who has a vagina is female. Some people have vaginas and they're men. They have, like, beards and shit like that. I think it's so cringe. It used to be so cringe. So many people in my life would say like things like, "Oh, you know, how's your vagina? You got sand in your vagina." It's like you're associating like having a vagina with weakness. It's so fucking stupid. So many people in my life were like that, and I've just, past 2 years I cut all of them out. It's kind of empty, but it's good because I have a blank canvas in front of me of amazing people to keep in my life and to find. And I don't know. Things will go how they go, and however things go, I can only hope that I have, you know, some great people in my life and things like that. So we've been streaming for 5 hours and 49 minutes. We haven't played a single game of League. Well, I think we're ending the stream. Bye.